They have apps. It's just not been made mainstream yet, but we already have it. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then oh, you might have somebody code.
Yeah, so
You might have
what,
might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It'd be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistic. They might do it for fun or enjoyment of their typewriter.
so every starting will be so simple that everyone knows how to code. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you code per se. It's just it would be like making a picture. You just move the mouse on the screen, drag and drop where you want it.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Coding will be so simple that every
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There are powerful organizations and people who basically, what a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial. We won't have it. I mean, the United States, we have 18 million millionaires. That's a lot of millionaires, and it's growing by like a million people every year.
Yeah, but those are mostly a property.
That's correct.
Because American property is going crazy. Because everyone wants to be in America.
You know,
We have
what
we have our populations increased by 2 million for 5 years.
now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truthfully believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people, when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no. So what they do is they make it seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well, but they'll make it seem like, oh well, you've got crocodiles. Like you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the. Yeah, you've got those big huntsman spiders, but they're harmless. You've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can fuck shit up, but like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year, and
Okay.
way true. Do you know how many people get hit deer when they are driving in a car? It's like 50,000 people every year, and it causes
You get killed from.
and you get killed, and like tens of thousands of people a
Yeah,
year.
but
It's a
that's
danger.
because there's more. That's because there's more people in America than there is Australia. But there's more kangaroos than wait, how many deers are in the US?
That I don't know, but I can that the total amount of people who die from kangaroos a year is. I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Okay, estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia.
People die from deer every year. It's probably more than kangaroos.
Exactly. Well, that's just one thing.
I've never heard of anyone dying from kangaroo.
There you go. And like, okay, so you have crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like, you've got dangerous snakes. We have dangerous snakes. And we have not just, and we have not just, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. Amount of spiders that'll kill you. So basically, what I'm saying to you is, you have everything that the United States has everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy paradise year round.
So, okay. There's only been 2 kangaroo deaths in the last 100 years. And I sustained from the kangaroo. So, got injured. He could have survived if he had the proper medical care and was taken care of. It was just an injury from the kangaroo. The second one in 2022, and it was a 77-year-old man, and it was a domesticated pet kangaroo in Western Australia.
Doug,
So he died from taking.
that doesn't count.
So he had a permit. Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's a pet.
but that's why you don't get kangaroos as pets. You're not meant to. But if you don't want to,
Okay,
there's
so
no reason to have.
so let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this, living in California, I've never known anyone who has ever known anyone who's ever been in earthquake. It's just like nobody gets hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. So you got earthquakes, we have blizzards, kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that. Like
fires, though, shit.
yeah, just in California. I don't know about other states. Um, what I'm basically saying is that there is a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality it's actually a paradise. Don't have monsoon. Really, any of the issues that the United States has, fully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with, foreign investment. You're basically like part of the Commonwealth and all that other shit. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that on the internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place, because frankly, if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm like, that's why internet in particular. If you ever like, oh, Australia has a lot of benefits, people will be like, but what about the snakes? And what about the spiders? And what about the heat? And what about the kangaroos and the crocodiles? But it's like the United States basically has all that same stuff, aside from like kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons. And Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially in their continent, however you want to describe it, that's paradise on the coasts. So whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that, people speak English there. It's like the perfect place for Americans to live. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When in reality, like you've never even seen a crocodile. The the huntsman spider, you talk about like a pet. It's no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having them. And it's like, yeah, but are you fucking a koala? It's like, something that is a very desirable place. And there's a concerted effort, especially on the internet, to make it not seem like it's paradise. But it really is.
You forgot all the things that could kill you as well. All the things that kill you are either extinct or endangered as well for most of them.
That's true. Like
okay, you can get attacked by a great white shark, You can get attacked by a great shark
in the United
white
States.
shark anywhere in the world.
Exactly. They have one of the largest in the world.
You can go swimming in the ocean. You can get stuck. You can in the ocean anywhere in the world and kill you in Australia. No difference. Like there's no reason. You know, there's no reason. You have great white shark over in America, right?
100%. But even worse,
they're probably just
great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks, like basically smaller sharks. That shark. Like they basically are in shallow waters. Great white sharks a lot of times are away from the coast. I mean, not always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only like when I'm not streaming myself, and nobody is in the water, just going for a little bit because the water's so cold. So it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like bath water, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying about Australia's water is warm. It's very along the Pacific coast. No, none of the people there go in the water. I mean, it's just not a thing. And like a lot of people think, like, well, isn't surfing really big in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the summer, it is the water's just enjoyable. Um, when in Florida, it's like bath water. Australia, it's like bath water, and the water's really clear, really clean. Um, like you have fires. The United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is a more a modern thing of the last 10 years. That's not when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australia fires that often. Exactly, and like we get mudslides. You don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really dangerous. Um, so basically, Australia is a very well kept secret. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, animal laws are very, very strict. Like if you're going to bring a dog, it's got to be uh, in quarantine for like 9 days or something. Like they make it really difficult. And yeah, but overall, Australia might on Earth, on the entire Earth, the Gold Coast, Perth is the only issue with Australia is water access. But especially with desalination technology, you could irrigate the Australia.
I'll tell you something. During COVID, we had the lowest COVID cases in like probably in the world.
I could see that because it said that sunshine killed it. up, pimp? How are
We
you?
only
What up, baby?
output.
Listen, let me.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't
What's
be.
good? What's good?
Hold on.
South Australia when they brought in the vaccines. Because
Owen.
Hello. Good. Hello. Have you? Do you know us? Do you know us from yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How was?
And the first what?
What are your plans for today?
And we're going to. He's gonna do a test, for drives, my friend.
Sure.
When you drive, yeah, he's gonna all that stuff.
Is that it's soccer? Okay, very well. What position do you play?
Forward. I play middle. Like
Okay. Who, who's faster, Shanks or Owen?
me, of course.
Owen.
Okay. Who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen?
Me.
Good job.
In a row.
Oh, that's right.
Rothschild.
Yeah, in Rothschild stream yesterday. I did too. What did you think of it? Exciting, and it just has enough viewers to be the number one person on the kick page, but it's always 57,000. It's like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000, and I just find it.
I think popular like Aiden and Nick, and they talk about stuff like you told us.
100% matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time.
Someone kicked me, bro.
No one kicked. I didn't kick you. No one has the ability to kick you. So, maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoot doesn't have the ability, and B. Alexander doesn't have the ability, and Owen doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, that's weird because I was talking with you. I think you should try to like how to say focus on Twitch or no, not Twitch, X or keep something like that.
I
What I'm
understand.
thinking. If you, that will make stream talk about stuff, go 100% on it, and then you will be famous like Aiden was.
Oh, if it were only that easy. I understand. Just all right. So you guys are gonna excellent. Do you have plans for this weekend? Were you born?
2008. I'm joking with you. I'm 18.
No. Take care. Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy.
Okay, love
You too. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I asked you a question.
Give me a second.
It's improving.
I gave him a visual puzzle. I said, here's the answer, and it gives me like something that doesn't even make sense.
And then once that happens,
What?
well, then just you can have bots take and switches their competition, and so they hacker can get around them. Their big one is you have to use like a legitimate what they consider to be like a Gmail address, but they're systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kick can have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and it just has 200 people. Steak has like 800. Fine, they have like 1,000 people. When Amazon has like
Free.
what? Hey, Zoot, I have a question. Now, I'm not, and I say this as your friend, it's really going to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't mind, and then you end up blurting it out. And that must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone I, I don't know. Let's say they're and anything that can cause like you put a rubber band on your hand, you snap it, and subconsciously it makes your body not want to do that anyway. like one time I said to you, it's got to be really difficult to like basically have and, and that's not as
Streaming to
well exactly. So if you can, and I remember it hurt me to hear you say because you're my friend, you said yeah, like it's summarized just in that basically, like fine, no big deal. But then you're not like she's on her period, or that. And I think nicotine, or at least a nicotine patch, but those are expensive. Do you have a rubber band?
yeah.
Go get a rubber band right now.
No, there's no
You don't have a rubber band? Works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. That you have this thing on you, you don't want it. It causes you an issue, and your body being carefree and just saying, or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or what, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself hard. We're gonna play. Zoot.
not yet.
Okay, will you tell me when you're ready to play? Is the elastic on your wrist?
Yeah. Hang on. 3.
When you have the time, show me the elastic on your wrist.
As the story goes, the chief rabbi, I think, was very happy to allow this over for him because this especially the fact that yes, it's sports, that's very common. Our rabbis You think about it. Blue, red, blue, gone.
Measured against what goes on today. What is our image of a barbarian on horseback killing people and raping women all the time? The other image is a Mongolian image. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the official is the great moral giver.
And
It should be somewhere in between. Well, there are.
things are gonna get better for me.
On your wrist, I do. To me.
Let's play.
Dude, let me see the. Zoot, show it to me. elastic. So get it. I'm gonna wait for you. Do you have a string?
Yeah.
Okay, take a string and put it around your wrist.
I don't have a string.
We'll go get one.
I will after dinner.
Listen to me. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay?
Okay.
Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavior mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gating. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tick, making the brain's sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge, urge that leads to a tick. Interruption of premonitory urges. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising, uncomfortable sensation before a tick, like in the feeling that you've satisfied the urge without actually performing the tick. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method similar logic, replacing the tick with an action. Sense of control. The snap can.
Give me a second.
Zoot, the next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your arm?
Rubber band. What's 22?
30. What invite do you want? Any invite? Okay.
Do you want the back? Oh no, I gotta go over dinner soon. Let's go bow.
Do you want?
Rubber.
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna win. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a trick. How do you think? How do you think about me?
Zoot, what? I thought you were gonna do some secret move.
Oh yeah, this one. When the rage one actually fucking help you fucking making pulsive moon in the breeze. I feel like that's some good ways to die. Yeah. That can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like
Perhaps.
but that was not the objective way to die just now. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. What is the hardest one?
The star.
No, the circle one's so hard.
The star. You mean the star?
No, the circle. Oh man, dude, there's one. I've never seen this before. It's hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do it.
Is it a lot of fun?
Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never going to get it either. There's one part that I don't think either of us will ever get. It's so hard.
Yep. How many types of neurotypes are there that haven't been researched yet?
How would we know?
I don't know. Well, it's kind of into any neurotype. Like anyone.
Yeah, I'd be in the sexy, the big dick and hilarious.
Interesting. What's your favorite type of Rabbi, do you think you beat the last level?
If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not.
How hard is it?
Even make it past the first part. I think it's 4D.
Fuck. Rabbi,
I just timing.
what?
The game is really good for hand-eye coordination.
Well, my hand-eye coordination sucks.
Like this might be the best for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here.
Not mini golf?
No.
Mini golf would be close though. What about pole?
No. It doesn't have the speed aspect.
You also good for ADHD because you. Okay. Rabbi, are you on the impossible one?
No, not yet.
When are you going in the impossible?
Okay. You're not going to need it anymore. Normal relationships with people. I don't think I did a hard.
Yeah, okay.
You're never coming back, are you?
I'm not joining anyone.
terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
Great celebration. They went on for a whole summer. Middle East, they refused to send troops. You didn't forget that. He's going back to the time of the nation. As he would go over here, which takes a while. Crossing the Gulf was to start to limit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, is in the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse. It sounds a little better. The hulan, say hulan out the Gobi. He was off hunting hulan. He fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. 69% of the season, from that point, and he took some from August of 1227. It was very much. Life. You can read very specific, but we don't know because one of his lives was running until the defeat of the Tongos was completed. And the Tongos offered all kinds of things to the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, except nothing. And then when they surrendered, he killed the royal family, killed them all. So that the idea they were Buddhist people. The idea was used to report. It's honestly, he died there. The succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always the youngest Dilla was too hot-headed. Nothing was about the law of the Mongols, he thought he seemed to favor some more reasonable, good warrior. Sakane, the second one, who believed in Mongol laws, he jumped up. He said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. How can you call on this Mongol, this murdered bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol Empire. You can imagine trying to see ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his son. And this this is when he gave the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it. This is very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. Somebody
really respectable to have that respect.
the God they had just said yes, you are our Father, and we accept what we say. So, here's how he said to the voice, and they even said, I know favorites. Because his attitude to the situation. And the law is still he actually drunk and died early, so good. It chose him because he was the most generous and won't be wrong. He was for every party, drinking every time. One time, Jiggy Hood, the great judge who wrote this, Jiggy Hood was sleeping in a car one time. For whatever reason, I don't know. Passed out drunk, perhaps. But I he came out drunk, and he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there's sort of a plan B, and that was Davis's first wife. The first wife was your somebody closer by a certain clan or something. What he
It's incredible that the genius of Genghis
were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations go more than she running it was the time of better for trade. It was better. And so it wasn't peaceful time. But like all of us, you know, we have our weak points and a worthless son. But another, but she favored Luke, her son. Her primary minister was also there. A lot of them were Muslims. They killed off a lot. And his wife took over all the Kabish. She didn't start any new wars. She just kind of messed up things and she ruled for too long. And this is why Khan's mother, Sultani, was able to have a revolution. And she put her son who was succeeded by Kublai Khan. That's why he had soldiers that were dying at the Mongol.
Are we doing Bert?
Yep. Did you know you lead?
I'm not that far from you.
Yep.
How does it feel to lose to me?
I haven't, so I don't know. I've never lost
Oh,
you.
shit.
I've never lost you in this game.
Damn. Rabbi, what's that?
You need to get a rubber band.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period. And we different types of population that inhabited the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the here they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in where Jews had previously resided, and finally, the so-called in a few centers also found recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at the Jews, or the earliest Jews recorded in India. Certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are
That's a mess. That's a mess.
But we know from multiple Mennonite travelers who we spoke about in a previous class have been traveling all, and they're described
Yes. That's a mess. That's a mess. Make.
their
Make.
history
Make.
from their legends, but one of the most, for much of the history of Cochin Jewelry, faiths perhaps have lots of gods. One more anyway to be the case in Cochin. So these promise to a possibly legend, a local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of century. the 11th, and that homogeneous, just like when we talk about Africa. And so, yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is Araite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with
Oh, that song.
Art.
I
love it. It's great.
All over the world, and of course, harkens to like the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating Jewish customs is that incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet. It's a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of rasa, as a bride that is to be married. Very fascinating custom, but they incorporate that right to the parochas. Also, there was a custom on the of the Sabbath on Friday afternoon. A synagogue functionary would take in modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval pre-modern times, they would have to use actual flame. And he would change significantly the arrival of Portuguese. This is the first major Inca Gama, who was a Jewish character who was apparently by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to 1978. You can see in the foreground is temple, and the background with that distinct clock tower is the Cochin Jewish itself. You can see that it actually has 3 sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock are printed in Hebrew. Proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most known Indian Jewish community, that would be so-called very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit. See, it's important to note that it was a very dangerous settled in the region of Mumbai.
Cigarette.
Usual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. Jewish activity. Gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. Hebrew Jewry, so much so that like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century was Bnei Israel.
To slowly reduce the amount of
They're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel. Here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah. The small
allegedly
device that's attached to Jews. Also put up some rice stones.
Right.
Prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and
Evolve.
fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph.
Then
which
you
is
healed.
from the 20th century. I know I wouldn't. I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless,
Yeah, but it's not gonna-
especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and the generational
You think
differences
I
in this
both
picture
like that?
alone. There are many such examples.
I think you're
of
done
these
either way.
photographs
It
from
doesn't
the early
matter.
20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade,
I know.
and they began to establish strong footholds there.
I mean,
Many
I'm
other
the worst
Jews from the region began
got a
to
better
coalesce
setup
around
right
the
now. You just gave me a
Baghdadis,
much amazing
and
setup for
in
this.
general, they
I
can be
know.
known as
You know
Sephardim,
what?
even though
Yep.
the term Sepharad really applies to
Good move,
Spain
dude.
and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East,
Oh,
the so-called Mizrach communities, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from
I did see what
Ashkenazim,
happened.
who also had some
It made one of the berries a blue
not
thing.
nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi
Why did I
Jews,
lose my
although many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East, the term Paradesi, so they're like from
Rabbi, why
foreign
did I
countries
lose my
as opposed to local indigenous
I don't know that you
populations
did.
or from Baghdad specifically.
Four.
Builder of the Indian
Could I get a
community
four for the
here on
extra,
the left,
right?
and then with
What did I
his
give
sons
you?
who all were very, very
I think you hit me.
developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations who were heavily influenced by phenomenon where Jews in India would begin to break down in a caste-like characteristics as well. To see the power that will offer them the most opportunities. We're still looking at
I don't know about that.
Period as a terminus,
You're up.
so we'll have to talk about the other elements.
I should have got more mana.
Semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp. That's a good move.
Okay. I just lost.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic. Why is 1392 often taken as from medieval period to the modern period? Obviously,
Really?
the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and
Just give me a second.
What I really look
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot.
I'm sure I'll win. I'm gonna win. Oh, yes. This is the best way to fire.
Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were sent to
Kidding me, Rabbi.
in Jewish and European history because here were people who
No, because what? You'll still fire anyway.
Yeah, but then it's even more fire.
I guess, but
which meant that travel, they could
you could look at it that way, but
That's the way a smart person. That's the way a smart person would look at it.
Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite discussed.
do you think I am?
Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese ancestry.
Come on.
back to the Talmudic era, nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with already
Doesn't mean. How do you take advantage of a better long-term memory than a short-term memory?
Your long-term memory ever?
So they identify as Chabad, which
No.
is very Ashkenazic movement, but they are not.
So you just do your best to work on short-term activity, your mental capacity.
Okay. From when I was 16.
Okay.
The whole point of
I know what you're saying.
not just one friend, but like this, like all of them.
Okay.
But it would be unreasonable to assume it's about a quarter of a million Jews.
No.
Significant nationalizations in North Africa.
I mean, my long-term memories is I can't even remember your fucking birthday. So it's not that great.
Okay, so
Areas that we're going to look at in this video.
Recently, right?
no.
We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean.
It's soon, right?
No.
It's today, right?
Yep.
Goodbye.
Okay.
And then 300 and
More
365.
364.
Well, no, it's 365 because you could be with you. No, you're not. Because you're
Next, so it'd be 364.
okay. Your birthday's next year. What's
Okay.
already happened this year?
Okay.
Did I come into the train on your birthday?
Perhaps. Correct.
You were born 11 years before me.
Why are you so obsessed with birthdays? Go.
Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists found themselves in the spot the decades after the Spanish. Really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem is clearly the major center of Jewish activity, and the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on,
I thought
That water saved you.
Rabbi, should I go and kick and talk about you?
If you do, you'll get banned.
I don't use kicks, so I don't really care.
If you ask anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban you. Because I bought and they're just like extremely annoying. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake.
You ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Wait, this is 5 points, remember?
Yeah.
You can win if that's the fire. Definitely. Are you ready?
That move saved you. And
Okay, fuck you.
it's over. You're done. You have an invitation. You're up, pimp. What are you gonna do, son?
line, and it takes us all the way up to a century and the whole experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the Jewish history.
I fucked up.
Jewish thought and scholarship, and also presented another culture. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates the impact of these exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian route, and I pronounced that like a Canadian, I know. And you look sort of at the back of the cap. So it was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews. Free in Ancona was a Catholic country. They basically Ancona was deeper. Sort of at the back. Upset that even in the Italian to Roman identity, or rather, I should say, forcibly.
There you go, big dog.
Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. So he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto.
What's the difference?
One is her name. The other is not her name.
Is she married?
I don't know.
This reaction was two very powerful women, and I would like to
No, she's not a myth.
that it is not inconsequential that
It's a myth.
power
What
of
is it
women
now?
in the context of the power structures were gone, all of the traditional scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Leaders happen to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. The term Nasi is literally the leader.
Hello?
There was a applied there as an honorary. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the extraction, meaning she did come from, of course, a converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that
So, Rabbi, you're a
I wasn't a coder, I'm a developer.
and so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the consolations by the strength. She called for an international Jewish of the Torah.
and I didn't even know what that was. That's not what I do. I'm a developer, but technically I'm a project management professional. And what I'm going to do right with this guy, just in case you weren't aware,
Don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. We do have a portrait that's made from a medallion that does not represent Werner Goss himself, but rather from his niece who had the same name. So,
oh, look at you, Zoot. That's a big upgrade.
for this movement that's being within the Ottoman
Are you
Empire,
proud of that?
proposed by another very powerful
Zoot.
My, my wife is real.
Yeah, I know it is.
ADHD.
Hi, Rabbbi.
What up, pimp? How are you?
It's good yourself.
Kicking ass, taking
Good.
names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm just getting back in the hook. What about you?
Just playing the game against my
Who's
friend
rich?
Zoot.
Oh, fuck. That didn't work out like you thought it did, though.
It's good.
Was it?
We're in Australia. What part? Did you sleep? It's from like Sydney or something.
I don't know. Is that word Zoot? Zoot, your ticks are really hard today, aren't they?
Yes.
It's okay, buddy. You need to get that rubber band, and you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you. Because you need help.
What if I don't have that?
You do. Act the way that you act.
Okay. Do you feel like if all of this was in here, what the time had?
Tourette's?
Is that it?
Perhaps. Oh, dude, that's a big one. Wait, the 4 thing?
Yeah, but you won. You won. I really want to beat you about the killer.
You want me to play without the healer?
No, I gotta beat you. I gotta beat you without me having a killer. You think the healer is that easy?
The healer's the best. The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
Oh,
I know, but just the way that we play. Dude, are you gonna confirm?
I wonder what. I kind of wonder.
This is my best.
I get 5 HP.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that really helps. Set up like this.
I think it's. I would.
Depends on how the board's set up.
The question that I have for you: do you think that was a good move? Dog.
No.
This is serious.
Do I think it was? Do I think it was a good move? No. Do I think that the board has been in my favor? No, it's been set.
We're done. You're up. That was a mistake. Extra move.
Was it?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it.
okay. A steak would be to give you the bread, but I need the bread as well. So this makes life really hard. But
I mean, what do you want me to do about
alright,
it?
the best move that I hey Rabbi,
Yeah.
go before we can scan people's brains and then find out their weaknesses, their strengths, and find out like their true IQ and what they're good at.
Already do that, big dog.
I don't think we can.
Okay. Well, you keep thinking what you want to think. I'm gonna keep.
Are you saying that there's places out there that if you pay enough,
Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
really?
MI5, MI6.
Study for education.
We might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough.
Just down.
Correct.
What is it? Put a virus? Fucking phenomenal movie.
Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Would you watch that movie?
Perhaps.
You know, Face Off is nearly 30 years old. It's 30 years a long time ago.
It's relative. Zoot, you're done. Get double 11.
So what you're saying, if I was 100, 30 years older than that?
Yeah. I mean, just that's a 7. That's a 19.
I don't know, I'm nearly 30. I fucking hate it.
You talk about it all the time.
Something like that.
No, it rules. All right, pimp. Let's see it. You just busted, son. Do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game for hand-eye coordination, to be honest.
This game?
Alright, you ready for me to win? I'm going to pull it off. The triple 20, the 20 and the 1. Okay, we got the 20.
Do you remember what this game? When you were better than I was at this game, and now you.
We're tied. We're tied. You could. What were you done? What were you saying? Just play again.
Zoot's been smoked 3 games.
You know I have 2 games on this account.
I know.
You know how bad that is?
You used to be really 25 or double 25. Get it, Zoot. Perfect game. Are you ready to play me 5-0?
You realize I just did positive.
That was really.
You know that's like the best way you can win.
Zoot, what are your thoughts? I've done back-to-back hundreds. That's a 20. That's a 1. That 20, that 1 was a miss. Zoot, at what are you laughing, son? Zoot, that was good. I'm not good at the pro double out. Zoot, are you proud of that? $25, Zoot.
Best for interest.
Zoot, that was good. Zoot, I just pro double outed. You need a 5, Zoot. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No. You busted. All right, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Invitation. Are you going to accept it? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. started with a swish. Are you proud?
I think they missed by a little while. They just flipped the thing really fast.
I don't even know how they'd be able to do it. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but they need a bot or something.
Oh my god. Remember when you were better than me? Sorry, remember when you were better at this than me?
Let's see what you got. Dude,
Sometimes I am.
do you have dyslexia as well?
Is that what dyslexia is?
That's where you see letters backwards and stuff.
Alright. I write letters backwards sometimes. That's not more idea.
You mean you had all these done and they didn't test you for dyslexia?
No.
What's your temp- It's just like I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Ryder is. Ryder's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason doesn't cause us some issues. I don't know.
What's your favorite show? So there are either kangaroos or there were lizards. I can't really tell the difference, but I thought.
Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much Discord. It's fun.
What's your best year?
Don't worry about to learn how to. First season, 2 players on a board with 64 squares arranged. Designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning with flags, each player in turn places one disc are legal by a small opaque circle on the board. Captured. An unbroken line of the same color is ends by on opposite ends by two, one of which must be the disc. For example, if a black player is about to place a black disc in the space to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranked horizontal rows, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So it can be made horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of stairs. That's for rank and pub. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her continues until neither side can move. Usually this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game is a draw. Are you ready? It's Black's turn. Zoot up.
I don't like looking at you.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go.
Do you know what?
You're up, Zoot. You're up. We're still tied. This game is amazing.
What?
Happens.
I'm gonna say it.
All right. Well, then just fucking win.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Maybe.
What do you think that is?
Maybe it's he
Getting fucking ass kicked.
yeah, but you just made it all back up.
Why? First thing now is if you can get like something, then you can do something like
Word, dog.
that was an okay move. Wait, how did you do that?
It can work
Oh,
like.
you're in trouble though.
Let's see it, dog.
I don't get it. Can I come back?
Dude, you're doing really well.
No, I'm fucked. Okay, I'm fucked.
Alright, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that?
How you not gonna win?
It's not over.
Holy shit! I think I figured it out. Oh, what the fuck? I won, Robert.
Are you sure about that, Zoot?
Look at this. Oh, that was a good one. It was close.
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know how to play that game.
Okay, well, you'll figure it out.
Do you know how to play it?
Oh, a little bit.
I just don't know the best strategy.
Alright, well, the best strategy, usually when you're playing any game, is to win.
That's good, right?
You almost won that last game.
That was bad. But you I'm gonna figure it out.
Oh wow. Big dog. This is a fun game.
Why did we never play this before?
No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to or knew how to play it, but now we know.
But one game in the world that everyone plays and no one can play it.
Dog,
Whatever that game was called.
dog. We played. That's all we played for like 9 months.
Let's get add more games. Yeah, after that.
What's that, Zoo?
Go to ChatGPT and ask them what's an app like beta, and we'll play games over there, and we'll play every single one.
Okay.
What if there's a better app than Play-Doh out there?
Okay, we'll find it.
ChatGPT will find it.
It's a great app.
For you, maybe.
At least on iOS,
For me.
it's very, very reliable.
You go on for the board you have right now.
Jeez, I only have half the coin.
Oh shit. Shit. Why'd you do that?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What am I doing? How did you do that?
Just being amazing.
How does this game work? Rabbi, I'm not gone 10 minutes.
Don't resist. Again, this game is fun as fuck. We're dog. It's okay.
But I think terrible move. Rabbi?
Yep.
I'm playing terrible. Oh, we're tied. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what the fuck? Okay, I came back. I came back. We're tied.
This is an amazing game.
How did you do that?
Because I'm sexy and I like, what do you want me to do about it?
Is there any way I can come back?
Maybe.
Rabbi, you're raping. Rabbi, you really hurt me. Rabbi, I kind of want you to just, like, stop doing this. This is bad.
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Is this just how bad Browser is at Connect 4?
Maybe.
Like, how bad is Browser at Connect 4?
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
But how bad is
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. It's kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere, it'll be like a win. You'll be like, how did that happen? Just take him, just shock him. Oh, what a move, Zoot.
You're the most. Are you intelligent?
Smartest motherfucker on earth.
You think I'm intelligent?
I think you need some work.
Why do you think that?
You need a rubber band. We drew. Zoo. Tied.
How?
You no. Good job, Zoo.
It should.
Okay.
How did you tie? Like, you had such a big leap. How did we tie?
Because in reversing, it's like the whole thing in reverse.
Do you think you played strategically well that game?
I don't really know. It's like, even if you think did you resign?
I gotta go.
Bye, Zoo. Zoo, what are you gonna get?
So,
What are you gonna get?
I'll be
That's right.
I'll be back.
Benvenida was chosen
villages in Persia, and they organized. It didn't last too long.
more about how to behave
Like that,
in
because of the
society
divisions
than
that developed. So the
any
Great Khan was primarily in charge
Benvenida
of
also
conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to hold. That was
she disagreed
and Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Muhammad to some extent fulfilled it. Well, no, they did. Greek did not.
on a moment of
Family ruling the land on different
He said
territories.
that
Yeah,
if the Jews were to
they weakened with every generation.
all the
Every
Jews living
generation.
in
Reminds me
also
paper, but actually like finding I talked to a friend of mine, Manoa. This was a competition biologist and geneticists. Caucasian assume that the reason is 25% of the population is because of some institutionalized method. You would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, be associated many generations. People loved vast land was, all the transformational effects it has, and so on. It makes total sense. In fact, the 25%, just to understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, the number of people descended, not male descendants. So the number of descendants could be much larger. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis?
So one of the criticisms you have is like, well,
They don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected. And then they
no.
one person. Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
But no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before.
It could be years before.
Yes. I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I'm there. I not they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. And Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded, just conquering the world, and not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just on a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later
short discussion on the literary philosophy of the modern chart of stage in intellectual literary development that's related
It could have been
population
back well before Genghis Khan.
sometimes spelled
I just don't believe it. Mongolia today,
literally that
we have nobody
the
who
latter
claims
one,
to say
like the
Genghis
latter
Khan.
authorities, the
Well,
later
claims is a
authorities,
different thing.
and it's in contrast to their predecessors.
So the reason I say this is
who are called the
this
first
methodology is pretty solid.
Or I believe that they found some connection.
Who exactly are the
They have no evidence that it's really a
Let me
connection.
remind you of a discussion
I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
about this
Yeah, but
notion of
it's somebody from the Mongolian region.
At that moment,
If Genghis Khan
when
said
God spoke, that was like the
Mongols wanted to
greatest sort of
strongly, it should
spiritual
always
event
be
ever
in a
occurred
similar way.
in history.
Chinese have
Down
very
further, spiritual
in an
sense. Now,
anonymous
does not mean
But
that the
not
US
everyone like he
intelligence,
died when he
back,
came to Russia. He was died out there. He
very
was
basic
buried out
principle
there.
that goes
I
along
think
with the general decline of the
I think
generation of
it's
Southerners here, but
and
basically much more familiarity with social
It's
innovations,
known
technological innovations
not-
that are big, more of a grasp of material that
it's
might not have
officially
been
you should not
available
go
to
in
earlier
and not go
generations.
in.
Just on a simple technical
It
level,
should never be
it might
disturbed. He should never be disturbed.
the
We're not
entire
gonna have
Talmud and all of its commentaries
But you're
that
saying
have
like
ever been
people
digitized on it. So anyways,
They believe he's in a certain place.
Yeah.
They believe they know the place.
at my
It's sacred.
reach,
Nothing.
books that years ago most
Just
colleges
leave it as
were
it is.
enabled to see that they were existing only
No roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees,
but
nothing
the notion that
can be
in
done.
Jewish
It's a holy
history,
land.
many of the more traditional historiographies populations in terms of the Avram Sinai. So we have examples of the generation of Sinai, which is called Dordea, the generation of knowledge, quote Isaiah. Knowledge of
I believe it is thing about this.
Despite, then you have
They
like
asked me what any look like, and I
summarized
said, well,
the post Babylonian exile, which
if you look at the portrait of Genghis Khan,
still
they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because
then you have
Google was trying to establish,
or
he wanted to establish a real uncle.
right
And
up
they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then they hunted,
third
they
century,
hunted
and they're
different.
followed by the Amoraim.
There was nothing, but I said, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, look at any Arab Mongolian.
As I
There's
mentioned,
no see.
skipping
That's the
over
face
kind
of
of like
Genghis Khan. It's his
subdivisions
nation.
within these
He
generations.
created that nation.
Sometime
That's his-
after the Amoraim, then
That
you
makes
have the
sense.
so-called Rishonim, the first ones.
that
They
there's
represent
no,
significant shift in the
from
thinking.
his
Things they did
capturing
for research
and
that
he really
alone on the Rishonim, I
himself
encourage you to go back
disappear
to
into
the
the
series
land.
where we are right now. Aaronic
He's everywhere.
are the scholars who live
You have
after the
these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan. The Russians are still using.
We haven't had
There are many aspects of him that are out. We found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you can still read.
Let's
He gave
think about what
lots of
exactly are
copies.
they?
He gave
What
the
exactly
Library of Congress, the Library of Virginia, the
So-
University of Virginia,
the
to his granddaughter.
characteristics of the Aaronic
These
something
ideas
that
live on in
you are
religious
studying the life
We do not have no predictions from it. We do not have some messengers.
First of all, they
The ideas
tend
live
to
on,
write
and the rulers do not miss the common man.
rather than
They eat the same food, wear the same
rather
clothes,
than write a
sleep in the
commentary
same
on the Talmud
not bed,
itself, on the Bible
sleep in the
itself,
same
on the Mishnah itself, they
situation,
tend to write
simple home.
commentaries that even when they are based on
Tremendous respect
fact
for
or text,
leaders
they're
that live
widely cognizant of
just as
broader
the people who they lead.
by way of contrast, for
It's
example,
mostly not done.
Maimonides
What
will
it
quote
is,
directly from the Talmud. But will not spend a lot of time talking about method analysis rather
But
than
also,
a first
he had
order
interesting
analysis.
things. He
And
had
that's also, I
tax-free
think, very much
status. To me, the idea of saving the money, instead of focusing on that as something important for the society, he didn't say tax-free for any other
And
category
their
of people
language
was
is
under
still
goal.
corrupt.
And then he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the
When I was
spirit
in
of the
yeshiva with
spirit. So that's very important,
yeshiva,
profound
we spent almost all our
for
time
life. The policies, I'm not advocating so much for policies, but I think some of the general principles of
and then when we got to Achrone, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast.
admit your mistake to
So
yourself,
much more text,
correct it,
covering
and
so
go
much
on
more
with your
mileage.
life.
The language was just kind of like a breath of
All of us
fresh air.
say it's
So we've shown
important,
him
but we
every
don't do it
single
for the
syllable,
most part.
every single
We don't learn from our
dot and
failures
tittle in the
as much
text
as we think.
so much.
The other
You have
idea,
to pause and you have to combo
I
ambiguity.
think that's certainly an
Whereas
idea
the writers of the
very
Achrone
valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy where we've done it with, oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this.
well,
And their
words
ability
to say something, but words helps with the precision
not
and
the only
rapidity.
thing, but I think it's very important.
Third,
And even though he failed in the end in his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family,
they
it's a principle that he lived by most of his life. And we can
but
learn
those
from that.
theoretical questions
The other thing I think is just his
an actual situation,
feel for the
things that can
world,
be linked to a
his
specific
qualification in a
real
real
life,
sense.
and
And he had this sense that we should be
result
united.
this other body of
We should
information
have
that they've
things that
accumulated
unite
in
all.
order to bring it to bear on that
Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a
characteristics
higher
that
law.
are associated with the outlaw.
And
Maybe
his
helpful
later
in
was
this
trying to
context
everybody
is
should
to
have
look
their own
at
language, but
the
they all write the
first
same alphabet.
author who was widely considered
Or his idea, he tried to impose a big currency in
a
Iran,
liminal character
Persian, Ilkhane,
whose ratings
a Chinese
really
paper.
straddle
It
the
didn't work.
Rishonim
The people
and
there were
the
interested in it. So there,
This is,
but
of
all
course,
this
none other than
international
Maran Favorite
spirit
Rabbi
of
Yosef
their
Karo,
empire,
the author
I
of the
think
Shulchan
that
Aruch,
we need
has this
today,
book
we
in
talk about,
subtitle.
oh, globalization, we're all connected, it's
He
just
was this
incredible.
individual
And
who was a fantastic
we're more
scholar.
provincial than ever. So
Scholar, also a
and
Kabbalist,
sometimes we
which you
use
see
all
in
this
that
technology.
table.
How
However, why did we call him Maran, which the title was stacked, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran?
If you're afraid, don't do it.
Why do we call him say? Also, by the way, to say, this is really
Manualization of a
magnum opus, not
of a person,
and in
like a
fact,
self-made man.
but he's
That
much
person
less
from
emphasis
nothing,
on the importance of the his
an entire
latest work
empire
of
into
scholarship is
existence.
undoubtedly the Sitio, which is a Rishon style code called
these things.
as
Joe
before,
said, he had a good
is
mother and he had a good wife.
begins this kind of meta-analysis, but it really goes deeply
There were
into the
many
sources.
crucial points.
Once again, use theoretical
his wife
foundations
was the one
of the decision
double coat to go away.
Amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great poets, such as Maimonides' Mishnah
They had
Torah.
humiliated
And
his
when
younger
he then
brother,
didn't
said he
go
had
on
just
to write the
down on
Shulchan Aruch,
Solomons.
which he clearly intended
We're
to
exercising too much.
not as the primary text to he hoped that people would
It
study
cannot be a
commentaries.
this story.
The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a decision
behind the
or
scenes
reach
because they're always out
after
front.
having discussed all of the previous posts.
They're always out
And he
front.
actually what he would present like a
They didn't know what to say. The way they even drink,
of the much longer style, but thinking that
they do most of it. She's actually the last the
work
case of
of
his
the
daughter,
people, which also straddles
reported a girl he calls his daughter.
So that's sort of like what the Apocalypse are all about. Let me just ask one last question.
Youngest
What
son
about
is only 4 years old.
the period we're in
But the
right
time
now?
comes,
It's
on the one hand, he's
period.
going out and
So
on the other hand,
there are definitely underlying wars
just on and held him down.
Rabbis very widely respected
Here, during the walks, you have to do it in the shade.
But there's an interesting kind of
So they went back
development
to
kind of
East
going on.
They
Let's hear this is not really my area of expertise. They say talk so much about our own time, especially like just our windows up against the glass. But I look at like new books on
You feel
Jewish
that the
stuff,
thought,
particularly
life was
where
a she held a hand that had tonight until you got there to kill
it's an
him.
interesting
She
phenomenon.
saved it, and now we
Hyper
reward her.
specialization
In 214,
assisted by
it's 250.
technology.
He says that
Now,
now let us reward
everything
the
that's
touch
ever
away
been
a
written,
freeze of it. That's not. It's not going to
it's simply a Google search
The
array.
rest is gone.
Obviously, there's some specialized databases and so on, but it's a person can
And I look at all these different translations of how the different
draw
most apathy
ever, anywhere in
translated,
business
and now
about a specific
let us
issue,
marry
write a
our
book. Of these one example
She is rolling this scenario.
that are baked and available for
Judge, and she
reasons
does not
they
have
tend
80
not
death
to be
sentence
what
without her
most
permission.
Americans think of as donuts.
It's
Are hollow and they're extremely
They're saying the secret is
there's a reason for it.
access
It's remarkable
added
post
to
Apocalyptic work
the
came out.
significance of women.
in that case, I
The
mean, other cases
book
with
of
his
the
mother,
Valley of the Dawn
but I think in that case,
reads
is
that it's all
most
about
of
the
these women had
custom
few offspring
eating
because their husband was gone.
on the holiday.
And all tiny of
And
she
it's
married
a
some
fact. Actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts.
They were going off the war, and
So that we
we had a
have
whole bunch
details
they actually
that
spread out through the empire into a lot. Was it taken over by
and it remains to be seen.
and that areas, all the Turkey areas, one by one, get over by
I don't know how it lasts.
nephews, his children at all. But his,
I hope you found this brief lecture useful.
they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like,
Describing
no,
things
those were what
so
was done.
many people really
It always was more forward.
Thank you very much.
It was therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think anytime you can find a phrase, that phrase was not in the original. Almost everything is trusted institutions over and over. It's not for many people. Some people like say, oh, but there's too much space. It's like we need to build something.
Can you hear me? How you living, pimp? Long time no see.
I have the hat, I have the logo, I have the, but it's still his country, his people. They worship him, worship God, asking God. But in the sense of worshiping him with praise, they have so many soldiers come. It's something we can't understand. As they say, oh, thank you God for this and that and the other. You're so
What's new? Yeah, Doug, go ahead.
nice. Okay. How are you, man?
Hey.
Been away.
A lot of growth in the Discord. We've had like 50 new people joining the so that's really great.
Very good. Excellent. And how about you in your personal life then? Like, yeah, like, look, to be honest, it's actually not that, you know.
Have you been?
I went out like for a funeral way last week.
Like Perth?
We had a place together.
You were in Perth? I know, but didn't you just say you went way out west?
Oh, sorry. So, like, way out west into sort of country, New South Wales.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Stayed in,
Yeah. I get you.
yeah. So,
Playing dick like it's going out of style when you see some.
I'm really like that until I get over my health. I don't think I've ever come on to Discord when you've not been in your on the camera. So how do the you know how do the ladies come onto the you know well how do you meet ladies? I guess.
Oh yeah, sure. So I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now, so I don't have any chicks in mind, but I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just me on camera, and I can't say that that's not a sexting, which is cool. And then I just
cool.
get
All right.
I get like, can I masturbate to you? And I'm like, do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, I'm not the.
Wow.
And then I get chicks who they like obsessed, and they're like, I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you. And I'm like, okay, well,
Oh my god, are you kidding? No way.
yeah, because It's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you, and their behavior, your like starts to become influenced.
Okay. Yeah, right. Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
Word, dog. So yeah, at least
Okay. Well,
in terms of chicks, I got to keep them off with a stick sometimes. I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from, but there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, um, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. Girls, if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind to do whatever makes you happy.
yeah. Okay. All right. Like it. Yeah. Good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, how have you been? So I know that I found out about you via whatever falconry finance. Have you been expanding your sort of well? You've been more popular. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dog, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was it was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users. But uh, do their rules for me, like read and or not just for me, but and I was doing really. I mean, like I could still spam 4/7 with that. So
I mean, last time we came in, you said you were the most.
absolutely, that's true.
What time is it there?
5 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. Right. All right. Well, yeah, man. I kind of, wanted just to drop in and say good day.
Friend, I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we'd love to have you. Okay.
Hopefully, I think, in maybe 6 months, I'll be back to slinging dick. But I'm sort of, yeah, I'm going through sort of a, yeah, as I said, a health problem, but it's permanent, thankfully. Hopefully.
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less.
Yeah.
If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Doug?
Yeah, I'll pop in a couple of weeks.
Love it. Take care, pimp.
Have a good morning. See you, man.
You as well, buddy.
Bye.
crazy that now it's crazy no more memories now. I realize most people, but I don't. One time when I was overseas and I come by it, and so I was in another country, whatever. It was a technical infrastructure issue, and so I watched it through the, I feel like I get it's crazy that now it's crazy no more memories now. So
ago, I got an email from a viewer in Atlanta, Georgia, who invited me down to come and check out his Corvette, the ultimate Corvette, a CCR1. So I figured, I'll give it a shot. Sure, with something I always thought so that you can see through the cool engine. The ZR1 all it. Hello. But when this can't see the whole engine, all of its cool parts and pieces, see the engine cover. It was down the being a little strange. inside though, and $8 just 8 years ago. Inside, well, regular Corvette buttons and center screen, regular Corvette climate control vents, regular Corvette shift lever and center control stick, regular Corvette dashboard and floor mats, regular Corvette manual reclining seats, regular Corvette gauges with the old ZR1 logo, regular Corvette stalks for the turn signals and the windshield wipers, regular Corvette switchgear for the climate controls, and a regular Corvette parking brake that sticks up on the center console. It even has that regular GM font for the odometer and that typical General Motors green glow for the heads-up display. I started off on normal roads. Fabled Corvette ZR1 say about it. Then I moved on to some twisty roads. So here's my conclusion about the ZR1. The interior, the exterior style, the grimy experience around town or on curvy roads, it's a little too mundane for a six-figure car. But the speed, well, that's a different story. When I was 20 and the Corvette ZR1 just came out, I remember thinking to myself, why would anyone ever get a now that you can buy a Corvette, all this performance for half the paper isn't really a Ferrari competitor. Is it worth $100,000? Not to me. I have to admit, if you go on and look through used listings, it's starting to creep into the low 60s and high 50s. And in that territory, it's a whole different ballgame.
Show it.
If you want to see the more Turkic area where the hot lake more west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredible. Most mountains go down or gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic and the common point. Snow cover.
Vedere, non comincio che c'è una
Massive. Millions of great golden ducks and beautiful birds there. The area has something special, particularly the history of James Hunt. The Mongolians love him. They don't do too much to capitalize on his whole area. This is the place. They go there themselves out right back to the front. Or just a question tomorrow. Where's the place where they say obviously she's on course. Your destiny, yourself, your real is your it's your opportunities for you. You're right, way back. It's up to you. Who's your fullback? He's on his way back home. With the soldiers to the work and to rescue us. Now, symbolically, I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. It's symbolized in that. Some people think that he's holding this thing, a baton or to shoot it. talked a lot about the past.
Look out into the future. What gives you hope? Or humans and all that shit that grows humans.
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on earth. You know, it's just that, what are they talking about? My grandchildren talk to me, I don't understand a word they say. What are they, why, who are they talking about? I never heard of this, you know, it's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God, oh my God, you know, it's everything like that. But then, Asia, that happens a lot. So then, my dissatisfaction with all the big things are in an Asia. Strawberries in the forest in the summer. And so, over and over and over, just to be in a bad mood. Somebody spoils it with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, it reminds you that there's that little flame of success that burns back in. I believe that on the whole, humanity flourishing, regeneration.
Yes. You know, people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. I think my wife had to age before something. She had MS and slowly declined over the years, becoming paralyzed. Unable to speak, unable to control her. And the years still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate, the altitude were better, but also the people. There was a poor country, the sidewalks are broken. Everything not working. But I would go out with her and we were that. I'm not sure that we do it. We could go to the opera downstairs to get to the opera. You know. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew come from one side, two guys from the other. They would carry on. And they help you. They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing to warm up the house for my wife. And they, even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play that. Which it fiddle, boy, no. Play that. Warm up the house for her. They treated her totally disabled person. So, if I the children would come up there and they're going to we're going to see them in the wheelchair. Not to name any names, but just feel like no one can guess. The children they were like railing for their culture. They never ask for permission to go in. You really don't knock on the doorway. That's no. It's something that people have to ask for something. You walk in and you sit down, and it's incredible. These are the in the world, no, not the big things, not the pot. Sure, it's that will fix teeth for you into it because there was a flash flood. You got stuck and now you're cold and wet and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere, you have your own tent, an hour, some child with water and milk. You say, where did you come from? But the mother sent them over all this. They believe that they're obligated to things like that. What individuals do, people one by one, even though I'm lost. We're just sitting here. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife is the one who gave me a father. They're like my family. I don't know my grandparents. I had tertiary education. All their senators died with him. After Rich died. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was on probation to be kicked out. So it took me a long time to confess this to my wife. I met her.
Hello and welcome to another video on
in high school, but just
today I'd like to spend some time.
That's just a professor. She inspired me because the impact of the geographically broad reverberation of the challenge that can pose with Rabbbi and the idea of she couldn't comprehend it. She just loved hearing it. Quite a
Explain
South Carolina. I said, okay, we're just going to live here.
and this tends to circulate back to the Jewish community as well, where many Jews were followers of Shabbat.
And you
Are going to make Shabbat context significant. In a previous video, we discussed the impact of the Foundation Rebellion on Easterns and Swedes that had similar kind of professional order in Eastern Europe.
the factory, right?
Displaced
I ever had a white path, I don't know.
more than discussed the electric bill, especially circulating history of the Yukon. Vision of how humanity has
She was too busy enjoying the world.
repair of
And I didn't know, oh, you remember, no, I never was a new Chicago.
society, but through acts of good
When she would
deeds
be
and
restless or
studying
something in the
Torah,
night, I used to read
so
some
this
seeds
very,
from
very
her life
heady
and just
fossil
get the seed
information
without
is
seem to
circulating
remember.
in Europe at a time
Last
these are
night, I
also
certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was
losses
night.
and displaced populations of the history.
We went back
And
to
finally, it's really important
the
that we
first night that we had in Moscow.
winter at all
And the
unlike
snow
today.
white
There is
lines. And then
information.
the most beautiful night we went to this elegant little
Circulate that we
of
have
her great 1920s. With a huge
ideas that are now accessible to a much rocky.
it's great.
There's also an educational
Our
service.
daughter started again.
This could be a
I go through many times with her coat from her grandmother who said,
sought after a candidate from America. In fact, he was
Fascinating journey through history.
although both those views are constantly later he engaged in two other including one
was research. things are going.
Subscribing to this channel.
He would ascribe himself activities such
Try
as
not to get some things up at thexfrequent.com/AMA.
pronouncing
Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to letsfrequent.com/contact. And now allow me to make a few comments about the 10,000 year history.
all kinds of other things.
I was listening to human resources. We talked about slavery,
Like there was some periods of time when it's a little bit more stable for a period of time.
The majority of people see just one of our just this type families.
When Nathan
This
of
book
God
I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery,
essentially
100 authentic slave
this was something which was
history.
good for Shabtai Tzvi.
Rothschild,
Intended to
the man who
enable
wrote
the
all
worst
men,
of his mental health
I think is
and
one of the most powerful
encouraged him
models
to
in
explore
history.
further and
He
further
was a
his
slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of
So
contradiction.
what was
Jefferson
Well,
drew
first of
from
all,
Chicago's
I mentioned
ideas about the importance of religious freedom, one's basic human rights,
in behavior. And
greed, generational expecting is an important lesson to understand.
Characteristic of
That is perhaps
and
one of the
most
founding
factors.
and
And
is
nominalism
leading
means basically
it also contains
law
people
behavior, not law and greed.
dare to
And he
rise
was like, take
some
the
way about the moral
calendar of
trying to build a
Judaism
foundation of
and
slavery.
proclaim
As MLK Jr. put it,
fast days
the arc of
now.
moral
He
unity.
founded, he once celebrated
Now,
the
please
three
allow me to say a
pilgrimage
few
holidays
words
of
about Gaza,
Passover
Israel,
and
Palestine.
Sukkot
I'm
and
not sure
Shavuot all
how
in
enough
1 week.
or
As they're
no
spread
quite
out
words to
throughout the year.
express what I'm feeling.
Regular, as I mentioned,
Let me try.
pronounce the name of God
I think what
allows
is happening in Gaza
he would transfer Sabbath in various ways.
and I think that the Israeli government is assisting the Israeli government in this.
New evaluation of the laws.
It needs to
Particular
stop
things like taking a
immediately.
fast day of Tisha
For me,
B'Av,
as an American,
ninth day of the
my I went through a complexity of teen history.
was in line with tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his human behavior
This is today.
was his
This
argument traditional
I see things
rules
quite
of sexuality applied in Messianic.
Not the
And
child.
there
A lot of
was
land.
and he himself, as I
In my
mentioned, he
view,
actually
intent of each child
woman of
was
questionable
tragic.
reputation. She was on
He definitively evil
the
back on October
Linsky
7th,
massacres that we discussed
brutally
last week,
murdering over 1,000
and she had
civilians.
quite a broad kind of
But
range of
now,
experience. But
the
Shopkins
acts of
saw
war
in
conducted by these
Sarah his
government
office
to the
until
death
yet
of over
another
60,000, which at least 17,000 are
Sarah. She actually would his side right through this, kind of
flourishing
behavior
of all the peoples in the region.
challenge to
But I do
traditional
know
norms was something
that what
that
has
was
been
very, very
happening in Gaza
controversial.
cannot
When
be
he
the
was
way
at his most manic, he actually
at this
was,
kind of scale breeds generational hate
acts
that
and
leads to more
strove
evil,
to break down the locked door of
to more
the
destruction,
synagogue,
more
from
suffering.
praying in Italy with them. He insisted on
2 years ago,
reading
there's a
Torah.
video of it
He
on
actually
YouTube
invited his friends
to
to
hear
come
their
up.
voice
In fact, he actually invited
I'm
women
grateful
up for
for
an
the future
uncontroversial
hope to find
today
a way
in
to
Orthodox
Gaza.
synagogues, but you can imagine
I still
how
think
much
it's valuable to talk to his story. So what
in the 18th century.
the most powerful
And
specialized Jake is gone on Cold Empire after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly.
basically,
Truly,
what
but
ended up happening is he
this was a huge
trying
honor
now
and pleasure
to
for me.
proclaim
This
messiahship
is Len's favorite
for
podcast,
himself,
supported channel.
initiate the
Dear friends,
actually
whatever.
dealt with him. Very
Jake is gone. Born
measured
1162.
seeing that there really was quite a harder, but on the other hand, obviously took to tolerate
When 9 years old. Tell me
accept
about
this
this boy. His childhood
hell
and
offshore for quite some time. The options were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shammai's feet, but if he liked to remain alive, so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting was
moving
newly converted
meant
to
that
Islam.
some woman was moving.
They idol
And in fact,
so they followed
they came
into
racing
that faith.
down.
They're
He decided to
converted
flee,
to Islam.
not because he was a coward,
By the way, this is
the
the
car
same.
where his wife was, where they was murdered. And Erlen had time
At any
to
rate,
think while he was
in the
being
aftermath,
chased by the Mongols.
it appears that mental illness did
There's
not
more for him to live.
he continued
And seems
to
that if you
ultimately
flee,
jail
there are
not
many
only
women in the
followers
world
now,
who
but
call her
also
Lulu after my
to
name.
seek some
You remember me when you're with her.
earlier
It's a
to
very dramatic
still
yes.
in fact
To hanging
was
down
received
where
a
we
book
can
so
force
that
from his chest to his back.
recite the
He was in obviously, and where they should go or
beyond
stay. The three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight.
all but in a role, particularly in Turkey, or the
And they jumped over the ridge, and she could no longer see him. She began to scream and wail.
which actually had a
And one of the
Catholic
brothers said to her, "It doesn't matter if you shake the water." Every detail of it.
the author of the ceremony.
What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person?
Please
All the things that happened throughout his childhood.
as many of you know, I've been working on 20 Jewish history labs here. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right, and so specifically to allow you to interact with myself and other members of the class. And most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next
He's named for
you'll
someone
be
his
able to
mother
actually observed in the work, so maybe I should add in some more details. What areas the Abrahamite era Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We also look at divided Jews. Please have a look at that's
according to the story. So the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, he decided to join them.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus. He like to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction, as is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish to live in now she has to use words. In his writings that perhaps there was a Jewish background, famously, for example, within the Inos. 9 days that begin the beginning of the month of Av and the 9th of Av. These Spanish Jewish Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first included at least one Jewish member on his crew who was baptized just before enabling him to actually take charge in this great mission. When ended at Cuba de Torres, he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. And she brought back something which would allow the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, again, unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoke back to Europe. Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions in the Americas, and that is independent Catholic settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Now they have a situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedom associated with expansion of Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings, so about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century, is a huge number of the European population living in that city. Jews constitute water. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to, if your Joe goes one synagogue to pray in, one synagogue you would be cut dead.
No, this
Jews found ourselves. That was the result of a problem in the 13th century. Under pressure, was and actually again, of course, we have much greater history. Later, China's Amsterdam to be one of the greatest of the rest of the modern era. Who was already living in North America prior to his arrival in 1689, and he didn't like being president. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because Lord's no real estate developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine, landing fashion statements, but speaking for myself, and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. But at any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a Sander, and he himself was in the church, and moved to this new colony, which only has this was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from the seabed, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these allow the Jews to run Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that they would take care of their poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something we're very focused on building a social support. We're cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms. But it was underlined in their very first settlement to take care of their own. So I believe we'll see this repeating itself operationally as new ways of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because that was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allowed the Hayes. He was ultimately removed office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many writing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's the point.
To come also. I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamka. It's him being disloyal, and here who's not of his kin, but in a way brother, in a way loyal, and as you've described, he's both. The best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan, and one of the biggest challenges.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the significant waves of migration in the world, with emphasis on the United States, Canada, because these migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time century, New Amsterdam became New York under the British. And there are basically basically 6 Jewish communities that are living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Yeah, there's also significant influence on his observing the Sephardic Rite, much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazi, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition of Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of also new populations moving from Amsterdam, quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as migration was. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men to actually leave their homeland. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these men on American shores, entire generation of migrants, many of them very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves very different from the Native Americans. They have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result. In 1826, it was estimated there were about 60,000 Jews in America. By 1840, 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German dwarf by the migration end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches. Many of them, when they arrive at these shores, they look for some kind of occupation that's really big, especially if they want to maintain contact with other Jews, live in an urban center, and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases. So things like that reset of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront. They moved out west and is also open a general store in a developing semi area, and everything that anybody in town wants. And it'll be commerce in many of these locations. And then, if they're really successful, 19th century, the department store, like things like that, where they will carry all kinds of a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. Central Europe, they brought with them ideals associated with liberal Judaism, much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere. German Jews this is kind of like the these Jews who penetrated the far more economic niches and seeking to make their. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Sun allowed to live in Tsar Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a runway in 1881 until it was around the Tsar's empire in 1917. But it gives you a fish seek their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews. So that's universal health care. Serious question. Let's have a look at a couple of maps from Zell's history, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than a million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are 1 million in North Africa and Asia. Which is basically Americans has increased to about 10,000. Very small numbers still. say the year 1900, now we've got about 10.3 million wide, a significant increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern, but there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time we get.
I don't think it was
America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Watching, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers, more people who are enjoying Jewish history.
There was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age, experience behind him. But now, back to aid with him, and with Tomoko when they go to a council burst about it. Has both loyalty and
Jewish history.
his entire
Today I'd like to look at
If we return to first, didn't
the
normal
nation
to
of the
have
Jews in
such
West
a
and
love
East Central
story
Europe.
across
In
many
many ways,
years?
this particular period, which 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of many modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation
I
of the
think as
Jews, or the
children,
granting
was the
of
mother.
legal
Fighting
as
for
the
her all the
social
time.
emancipation of the Jews. But
Whatever reason,
the fact
him
that
in some way,
now it's really just let's take a second to first this word of
was at 17,
emancipation.
she should have been
Actually, it's a word that Jews with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the dated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not comparable to being a slave on the plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to the word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 80s. It's very important to us to understand that, if we're using this term of emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, toward the modern era, Jews lived in a structure which is a little bit like feudalist, that is related primarily to their rich overall economy. You have this massive block that is primarily populated by serfs, the land, and though they're also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the mobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box that are specifically related to their high status, managing large, the burger sort of recipient middle class who are good lifestyle be closest to them, not in the clergy, which is another thing that has feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as was discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servants of the royal chamber. They had further duties, also middlemen, primarily in farming and leaseholding and so on, and the lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of royal chamber. They were the king, and that's how they managed to exist in Medieval. But with tyranny, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to these boxes all over Europe. The last regions of the Russian Empire, they were also the last later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like completing their factory jobs. Really ended a lot of the cultures of it was like a part of transition. He would go back to the farms. In the 18th century, wanted to they hated oil. Therefore, this medieval order considered tremendously hostility. They had to ritual humiliation from their court. They had to serve like pigskin, chest bearers. I didn't do so they wanted to get access to higher education, access to generally what was going on in culture and society in the modern era. And the emancipation slowly started these things. And frankly, obviously, because while the alignment was primarily an intellectual movement, ways to thought and bring in emotional life, but the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It can be reformed. Of the vernacular, of their relationship to society, understanding their civic responsibilities, that society should give them legal rights. Let's not forget that much of medieval history, Jews were resident aliens. They were considered like foreign subjects of the king, like everybody else was. And this is a time when kings and decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was innovation. We're claiming technically the first modern country to formally emancipate.
I'm not fucking telling them shit.
Not the hardest thing to relate to the United States. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its victims. The Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class about Irish,
It's my
and
most
Italian people. So,
Yeah,
20th century, these peoples were considered kind of
I
like
agree.
social
And that was
structure.
just
Obviously, again, it really depends a lot on
Spanish.
how a
It doesn't
person
make any
behaves.
sense why Stanford
Carries
like
this work, for the most part, Italians were also just like
GLA,
a lot of
GLA,
hesitation
GLA.
to giving rights
I'm like,
to all
at one point I'm
African
like,
Americans,
oh,
fought
like,
for that, but also these nearly white people,
are
like
you
Irish
trying to
Catholics,
trip me up?
Italian Catholics.
You're actually eating my brain with how
So
you're not
viewed
even
from the
telling
perspective
me
of those who
actually.
want to limit the society where America, the Jews were like lower kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th to 19th century America were comparatively minimal. Some issues of whether or not their oaths were trusted because they would not take on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and of 1791 clearly indicated that legal change, where it seemed like before the idea of the emancipation of Jews, before they were actually emancipated, I think this is great scholar, who was actually elected Bishop of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated.
I talked to them yesterday on the phone. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's all
that indicated that he was a Christian. So, in other words, we have this situation where and this happened by the many elected officials where the population as a whole, the political coalition, and they voted him into office. And it was Rock eventually after the debate. Circles they were shown. So emancipation groundswell of support, at least among the supporting population. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights and in brackets male citizen. This is of course a hugely important document that's roughly comparable for the Americans. The creeds are kind of ideas of equality for all citizens. There are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal is not interpreted to mean really all men because it does not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of the Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Rabbbi actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in so she composed a declaration of the rights of women and citizens. And the word citizen, of course, in French, precipitated legal change. In France, it was legal change that precipitated social change. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're boring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. Just actually do, right? Big distinction. The smaller, much more concentrated Sephardic population, concentrated Jews living on the eastern border of Saharan, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardic Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle.
I'm like, you know what? I'm like,
broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, Yeshua's their first time. They're much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures. There was the Jewish law, they had whole and more significant in the street. And so what happened in France is the emancipation was extended to Sephardic or don't pay is much easier to accept that. Out of having an eye in 1791 was granted to
and you didn't think I could get
mine all in the story by any means. There was a significant
you didn't think you could have touched him a hospital. I have to call you when she gets
all
out.
of restrictions on Jewish economic activities, whatever kind
Oh,
of
this shit ain't never gonna end.
where they had, a significant advantage.
One was given my whereabouts.
Jews living in other countries, all kinds of commerce and so on.
So obviously, you can't block my mom, you can't block my dad. Like, you're not their kid. You know?
As a result,
Look at what's going to get fucked up
into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things.
Anyway,
so a lot of complaints went to the emperor.
I was like, I'm telling him like, I don't know about this shit. What do I need money for?
About things that,
what do I need? Literally explain to me what I need money for. Right
so, do they have like a representative like that? Do they have?
You can't find money. Go ask your mother.
And so his advisors told him, they have this thing called the Madrid.
Yes, I am, because I need to do my lunch. Yes, I am, because
judges back in the
really
ancient period. Since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, it's not quite since they were exiled, but Napoleon. Let's reopen the Senate. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that asked them a series of 12 questions. Assembly of Jewish notables that was prior to the meeting of the questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight to what he wants. Do the Jews have their own thing about this? First of all, the point is because he wanted to know if he was accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability, the assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage 19th century? The answer was no. This represented the traditional viewpoint for what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic was when he asked them, would the Jews in France, do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? The fact is that France and Germany are having wars. It means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into war? Who would stand up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death? That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon won answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institute, and it was headed by this man, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, that's that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a scholar of the day. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more oldest members of the Sanhedrin. Gave it kind of like a there's a lot more to say in directed the organization of Jewish within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion. Years was really distressing and confusing. Austria, like much Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution issued for everyone in Austria, and quote unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. Also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary, Hungary prolonged struggle, most extended between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. There's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like a great contrast to England, right? Historian who entered into a very heavy debate with kind of threats over the public of the latter's history of the Jews. Von Kreitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider something. We have a great learning community that is always bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics. So it's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and really of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing on in this context, the idea of the birth of mass movements with adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population in Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass agendas along. And by and large, Jews were quiet political activity. They largely trusted to have a kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so it really was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadtland, the angels hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the Jews. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition for the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership. And that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date wife. He was a very the whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who not, in particular, were the revolution, early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 70s. The emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. He wanted to give them some kind of heads up that a pogrom was coming, but it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire, the government was certainly not market. They had a great inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond, rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly made rail lines that were years to 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia has a direction that is a country governed by law. There is simply too much. It is really something that the Jews possess tremendously. So it is the violent 81 and expanded for a few years that really triggers the rethinking by Jews of their political status or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map has a few charts that I'd like to show you right now. It was published in 2019 by Rothschild, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to teaching economic factors that goes back to the ethnicities alongside the Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, with only a few significant situations of violence, like under Smolensk in the 18th century, of Jewish history in the Palestine was relatively peaceful. Not necessarily loving, but one of actually and they see no strategy that has worked very well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large story of Jews from the tale of settlement, Canada to South America, 250,000 Jews to the land of Israel, and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike, ultimately forced the Russian government to change its rate operation. But it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution, but a devised parliament. What is not as well known about Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this going in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state. A Jewish army, Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would be representative of a secular messianic ideal where the residents no longer wander from one place to another. Here is in 1948. This was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular saw, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing some rabbis, and therefore this also represented the great tradition. The fourth option was essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change the society to become socialist, such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, Jews have sort of advanced of needing a political state to constitute the minority scattered say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or any, that represents no looking backwards for the diaspora nation. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the Poland, Lithuania, Laconia, everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of Jewish Federation, which kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country who collectively raise money for charity Jewish interests, for democratic government, and so on. The huge difference between the nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. Meaning a person can choose to identify the Jew,
by him, she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side.
The diaspora nation where Jews were
Too hot-headed, you know. These things like, oh, we're going to propel the market and we're going to come through that so-called even in a way giving the gold milk to but Joel also he explained himself at the end of the line. And he said, you know, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a mother to raise you. He said, you have mercy.
finally,
You have a very strong wife
strategy
to help you. And my wife, she just used the word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along. And we did not have a relationship. It's true. There were some of them that were true. But he certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
And there's, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Genghis Khan is the ruler. He became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth. He had no interest in the wealth. And until with Khan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods. Well, their people never gave avaricious in any way or greedy. There was never greedy. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated. No tomb, no temple of any sort. Nothing.
It's fascinating that not seeing the world clearly, not seeing surrounding yourself as that don't tell you the right information, not being able to select the right war to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting he had that foresight of don't forge, don't ship, because that's a dangerous road to go down.
It's very hard to how he got it. You're so easily corrupted, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards Israelis around him, his guard, mostly the private part of the army, with the central guard. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to document that you read several times, the secret history.
Secret history is a very old document. I haven't looked at it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was the Genghis Khan. Ordering the invention of the alphabet is all called the alphabet, Greek or alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did was every campaign, even the one that American went risk was one child became a full member of the Mongol division in his household. His mother Erna would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best, and later eventually became a supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the wall, that's all. His followers felt exactly where something happens. So we were excited.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
It's nearly 12 a.m.
Okay, well, I don't fuck when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
Someone might back out.
All right. So what?
No, the other one, the original one's fucking might take off.
No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Dude. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude.
That's it.
Okay.
No, I don't really know how to play this game.
I think I do.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp? Zoot! Zoot, go!
Rabbi, you won.
Not yet.
And what are you still doing up? It's like 2 a.m.
No, it's like 6. It's like 7.
Where's 6 a.m.?
You ready?
You're up.
You're up, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm not playing this game. Get on.
Why?
It sucks.
It's great.
Not everyone else knows how to play this.
I do, and I've beaten you every game.
That's not true.
Yeah, I have. Oh, no, you're right. We tied one of them. Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise,
Turtles live a really long life.
word dog.
Living animal.
They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted. Might live indefinitely. But traditionally, it's been the giant.
Really?
Traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. To protect them from predators. Also, like they live on an island. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo.
There's a clan.
Okay, good. Zoo. They are like 2,000-year-old trees.
Plant. Next door doesn't stop dying. Like even if it's like been raining. I had all this actually thing. You got free. Is this the impossible one?
Dude. Oh, how didn't you win?
Let's go for it. I'm gonna beat you.
Right? We have X, we have the dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved line. And this represents the religion.
Like 10? Maybe.
One that you remember like the large number, right?
I know somebody who like can remember birth dates, like just incredible. The president's birthdays, all the queen and king's birthdays, the holiday, whatever.
Public holiday.
Is it?
Don't know when it's birthday.
No, nobody in the United States knows that.
representation of how button on your YouTube so that it'll give you an old date. New video is happening.
Golden General.
Yeah.
Actually communicate in real time. Of course, we have other levels of membership which give you access to other lectures.
You get a wake up. It's a wake up.
No, it's usually like
So you have, and then you have a winter break.
Hello and welcome
usually,
to another episode of
and there's a spring break.
How long was spring break?
Last one.
Please note.
It's like four things thick at an angle.
Holocaust, and it is
You
free.
formed on the again.
The lecture notes for layman to Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from? Why do we obviously
How the whole Western service.
destroy the Jews
How?
during World War II. Such a tremendous,
We have
such a huge,
integral.
audacious
We have
act.
4 terms. Wait,
The first term
and then
that
term
was
4
used is the left
transitioning
in
here.
1942.
Yeah, big switch.
The term comes from the word genos, meaning just really we're high on the list of targeted populations. And so it's a little bit generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s. A poster from a film, The Holocaust, that starring Meryl Streep and others. And actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It's a word taken from the Hebrew Bible, the translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible. The verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that's completely burned up. And verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 2, the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term I personally think are rather offensive, for example. The term extermination. Extermination of the Jews.
Same one. This one's hard.
So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in particular, Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They can be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less, outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the
archery
of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism. About the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. There is a very dominate, which typically it's some kind of cancerous or dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races, and once they eat them out like a cancer or feed on their hindsight against the blood. Novel of the time. And the fact that the Jews, which was such a great form of propaganda published in the 1930s by our really twisted.
That was a good one.
This is a book for children called their gift pills, the poison toadstool. Right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms. Careful, and you know the signs, you will always these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor used look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world.
Yo.
Like this French language. of that early interwar period. The Jews, his mother, and when his father passed away at 18, he wanted to be a
Get it.
reaction that stung him bitterly, and in fact,
Get it.
about it in his memoir. Later,
Get it.
felt that somehow art was taking found new purpose with the onset of World War I. Enthusiasm was the victim of a gas attack, which we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany 18, he, like many other Germans, was a stab in the back. That was somehow was actually in Austria. Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one cultural unit. Austria would join with the Anschluss, and they prosecute them together. But that
Dude, you have an invitation.
there is an Austrian
Go, big dog.
anger that many Austrians felt over a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back. The Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing Hitler went in right-wing politics. He participated in Paul Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly sympathetic to him, let him off scot-free. He gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. The ability for having gone to jail, his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, essentially laid out his political program. It's a relatively incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany's popularity. He used these called brown shirts, the short at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the communist proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg law that clearly identified them by racial of any taint of Jewish blood.
No way. Stop.
Sports, from education, they broke glass. A large number of them did. Quoted.
Go, Zoo.
That was the best movie you could have made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing.
Did you see how unlucky I just got? Well, how about you in trouble? The board and look how many like water there is, how much water winning.
All right, let's see it.
Voices that suggest that ghettos were including streets had disease that it would greater possibilities of resistance.
Oh, fuck.
But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout regions. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves as borders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews were simply locked out of them. Then they would be exposed to local population, which were frequently blackmailing them for funds when they were at risk of being murdered by the organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. The Nazis came into the region that they took over. They briefly went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they
Yo, pimp.
You're a cunt.
would say, all right,
What do you want me to do, baby?
There you go. Boys. Hold on.
Yo, big dog.
For you.
Okay.
Oh, this is bad. You know what, Miss Rob? Rabbi, that's not going to help you. The only way you're going to be saved is if you feel that. Fuck. You ready, Rabbbi?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck. Might have just. And.
What a comeback, Zook. What a comeback. Get some sleep, big dog.
Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecution? As opposed to the horrific warning of hostilities in September 1939, which Jews found themselves in a different series of my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. Per se, in my humble opinion, with the called mindset group. As you can see in this map here, these dotted the countryside round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies
March and others out to local ravine. They would throw dry riverbeds in the vicinity. They would have the hamlets that were attacked. Kiev, which was not a town, but rather a large city, had one of the largest mass killings. 33,000, however, proved to knew what was discussed at a conference that took place at the coast before that. Ecological makeup of the soldiers were so at Fonse, this conference, which was chaired by Adam, a gas chamber was constructed. They could scale it. So, and they were very different on Jews, particularly in the early period, of people dying from starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of deportation all around the war when it was the Nazis were going to lose World War II to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, 6,000 a day. When they were in the slave labor camps, were isolated and sent away, were shorn
of anything that
It's the
could
opening
possibly be a value person. Not only their aesthetic hair is taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to mix that was poured in typically through the roof and then they were exposed to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day. However, was very efficient.
But you can't say it for Moscow or
Small number of Jews were sent for slave barracks
Mongolia
were disposable, but those Jews
spread out.
Survived the Holocaust. These experience were accepted on children, in particular identical twins, and emaciated Jews.
The first thing I knew about
just
ever
most horrific
every
chapters of Jewish history.
there's no
World history.
building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being drop the name, so you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. Yeah, dust. Even when I was there, or even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the merchant live, their world is by the water. They don't. Chicas hot dance. The rule. They do not refer to their they refer to the ocean, the sea. The river. There are flash floods, and this camp is right there by the water. In a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone,
another component is the horses. So we talk about their relationship with the horse. Thinking about this open step from a young age, they've been all Mongols. They were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches. Horsemanship later.
They live together, but they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Their own herd. So the language itself, I ever mastered all the words. I say, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words, and well, go ahead. They would say, brown. I'd say, yes. Okay, what color is that horse? Brown or brown or you know, of course, my sex, and so they're very important too. On my age, the slowest horses, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part where the soul resides. This is how intimate they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end. We use metal spurs and head of a horse. They say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never. Important in every way. Religiously important with making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws them to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzled me that in my watching. I remember one day being with a family. It happened to be on a gelding day, but they're gelding them. With bee stallions who don't get to be stallions, only to get one, two girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell for the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell for the horse. was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks to eat. And he walked She knows.
Small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Collat. He tells the story of mental hardness and mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care at that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold. When there's a break, they go down, they take one in, they do not get it over themselves. And yes, that's changing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses. They had the you have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow later, the adaptive technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use. The thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence Scott and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. And it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Only in the 1990s, at that time, was the age limit, the cutoff, 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they his ability to then shoot. You have to defend your Fox and other things. Some of the were very powerful, much nomadic, true Mongolia, and Han is just the Mongolian word for human. That's to this day, that's what they say for human beings. You have this perfect weapon, but also perfect strategy and how to use that I cannot explain it. The genius of Genghis Khan. Other people, I think, have been very good at Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was there's a very dramatic leaders, and it was excellent and very good in warfare. That's what carried him through. Genghis Khan's army was small. He never got above 100,000. At the most 1,000. That is small. And you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan. He has to be as finely tuned as each rider, how he organized it, on how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. Army to conquer.
He had no infantry, and he had no backup but all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100. There's a kind of key where you delegate, and for that, orders must be followed. Everybody's working together so well.
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan. His kinsmen had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship. All the others that he found were just common people, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized the decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aruft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you know that your brother on the left and on risking his life, the army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retreated So all these little things. It's not even just the air. Also, they had to carry every soldier for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you just put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go to the lowest level was important, as well as all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east. Mongols, the word for left to east, word for right is west. So those two wings, and the little was the pole, the center. That was his. Bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Army when it moves through. And they never march the way other armies do it in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own. But he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them. Went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. You did talk about it. Of course, though, he was very military army style we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger. But this is all the cities around 1209 after he went out on raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. In the territory of what's now northwestern China in the up. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. Why? Yeah, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent, or walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time seeing a wall.
Yeah.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's it's very natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the water bay with that, they can climb them, but they don't have people at the top showing. But so he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. The men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangut city. And too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But okay, it happened, and we learned that lesson. So we're going to improve became a strategy. First 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. When she over and over the Mongols
Information. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary the innovative it just feeds at itself because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving their ones, and they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just
information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for one day and then rest for the next in 6 weeks.
going into Hungary in 6 weeks. So it's just imagine this on table. Just continuously explain how
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we all never battled that he thought he could lose. And the Mongols were able to fire a going neck of the horse, so they protect. Well, they had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But using the soldiers who were against them, Mongols usually couldn't resist it. So they come chasing out after the Mongols. And people, how can they not know what Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that you can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalist, but take that. Is the ability eyes Mongols to this kind of idea of the finger treat and then attack.
Coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would the direction that
Felt like to have again Mongol or horses. What do you think it feels like on when is approaching?
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this refugees. And when he conquered a city, he had plenty of refugees next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to tear them that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and children and all kinds of horrible tales. Check us how they go. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort. The kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the thrill of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare. What's the
If they surrendered, all the lives would be spared. They could continue in. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes. And in one episode, it violated that it was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Check us how calm. He stripped him of his rank next city, you go first. As a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of it to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle. So that was the law. If the city fought, they didn't kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they used to pot. They could be hammering out a metal. It can be weaving carpets. It can. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. But many of them did, and then they were the Middle East. I'd say only in my grandson, Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Babi Yan, where the great Buddhists are actually. He was but for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. Tell me that you will not. He said, make the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. The slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not. Mourn. They will cry. They will mourn.
Rational way used, or which is peace is offered, and then betrayal is punished.
I should
approximately 10% of the world's population. It's the brutality of numbers like these.
The number itself. It doesn't matter what the and there was fighting in Iraq, fighting in moment of democracy, other than terrorizing. But he was good, and then excuse it in ourselves. But we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people, people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just for war.
What happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed campgrounds with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist, but I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're actually criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially, and in some human way, were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to explore and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about some of the adverts. Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause immense destruction, but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in aspects of life, even with ourselves, for example, if we can we destroy some of our habits. And when you start applying it, it does become a little bit cold. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. See great changes whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You could take Korea, Syria, and it was larger under the Mongols. Even brought so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in Ukraine and Yen, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification. It had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new, yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction have been so debilitated and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. Conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, conquering a very, very decayed institution. Likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things. That's interesting, for example, in Afghan war, when they were fighting against Russia, and then we kicked them out, and they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, descended from Jamuk. From his clan. This is
and there's a fact that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China is to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that was of the Mongol conquest. We'll talk about that. Not giving enough airtime describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So, can you understand this criticism?
That is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to know. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated? The story of our life begins far earlier than we are born. The story of our life goes on. Time. If you have but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got, and all the things you did in time, but all we want to talk about is conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify. You've also written about Native Americans.
History of the world. We tend to have two categories of clothing to show them in a different layer. Was really the first modern empire. Ultimately, you had to obey kind of. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace and we're going to have. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How
Capture the public imagination along with people to enforce, inspire. Religion was a very powerful force.
Some gurus have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome, to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but King Taiyang Han. His son, Kunshun, had fled. No good, worthless, kept well son. But let's look at Genghis Khan. At this time, so they sent delegations. He didn't actually go himself. He said the Kachman drove Kunslun from Stall. As we mentioned, mentioned before, it's fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and these are the very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. They want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the organized churches that they have. Is that, and it presumed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was independent in history, I had never thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just in freedom. Period. The world. Individuals. The biggest way to
Just like he came to it through practical experience. Wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against us. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come to him. Many people flocked to him. Having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni. That both are going to quite aware of that. You give every religion the right. And unfortunately, he, the Taoists could do, people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expect all the tax-free rights. See, there was another thing he all times. But you can still farm your land, but it's our taxes on got abused. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely understand maybe. except the one from which came, I guess. I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, someone's there, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain. People to the refuge several times. Wakan Haldun. Wakan Haldun was a refuge of his life. He would go to, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would pray. So later on, this became rather dramatic. We had made these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear, going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around you. Should you sing to them or should you? What do you do? You have to know that when you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem. This caused great consternation for them all they are. They don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. Gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit remained his all the same. And so, or religious terms, they turn on the same word, with the same form within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by people. All the other people have your scriptures. You don't find them. We have our spirits of our shamans and our drums, and we live by them.
Cynical way to see that is what he saw in society. And there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is,
When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. And the men are fighting until he left women to administer a lot of things inside the and then and some of the way. Very strict laws about the use of water and also the water. So they think a lot of the historians they think started allowing for more irrigation and movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these models. The happy joy. Or good come there on Subadai, the greatest general they would say, Subadai. Some of the Western sources say a daughter, no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it, but maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Okay, that's it. That's it.
The envoy is a method of communication
Yes.
in diplomacy.
Yes.
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way,
Exactly.
in that sense, a signal to everybody else, send it on, be respected.
We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. And he did achieve these within his empire in his time.
So one of the things I think is really, really fascinating and a lot of stuff, but basically step-by trade network that span I don't know how many thousands of kilometers.
Romans in general are very trade. And throughout most of it, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one basis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely dependent. They create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. And they didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. They're very dependent. They raised the status of merchants high. And this was particularly a problem in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low, and all scholars, they got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it, taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or operation centers where they could get food, they could deposit their money, and get paper rates that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be horses would go with them. So trade is extremely important. And then the Mongols also, they started trade in a very odd way. Was always asked, why do you do that? They told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And they said to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back. But the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent, don't have any well-documented. Anybody say from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods; it was also a change or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas, whether that's technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, mathematical ideas, all of this out and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, scientific information, everything was being exchanged. Agricultural goods, new crops for areas. But yes. Was what you people had them. Were in them. scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless constantly. And so,
Although
new cultural spirit in which
one of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler, easily takes back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a recent possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II overlapping and not identical. Coming to the core of the events which we associate involve two major areas of Nazi activities. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghetto. So let us look requisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939, sealing of a non-aggression pact between Soviet, which allowed both Stalin and to invade Poland and the Baltic states and to divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1930 and 1940 on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like, really begins, in my humble opinion, of that Soviet period, March 22nd, 1941, was the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the third they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then there was a really large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2. Million
One nephew of
Beyond was Euless, however, proved to be a very inefficient. This was discussed as Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. Now, the only thing that comes close to it terrified.
Began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become great.
For some time,
It's a very
committed
good
himself
education. He was
map
going to be a
that
great
shows
administrator
the
under his
six
ultra views.
these
The
six
brother was
death
deciding
camps,
people
how
were
much of like the Soviet
was
was like,
to do the
unlike the
shooting.
concentration camps, which
Vision
held
program,
largely significant death
They
rate
were just
of
overtaxing the
people
people,
dying
cheating
from
and
abuse,
And
but
his
they were
mother
nothing like
basically
the
just
death
told
camps,
this,
which
she said,
were intended
your land. This is your
primarily the purpose
Minister,
of
this land,
creating
you go
death.
there, you live
They
there.
were fruits of death.
And
Many
everybody
of
was
them
terrified.
here you get a sense of the transportation
He was having those
all around Europe, including disembarked and they were subject to selection, shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal
Okay, you get food from them.
Poison. That
We're not
exposed to
giving
it,
up our food.
and
He was basically got starved into trial.
those small number of Jews
So
who were sent
Kublai
for
Khan said on his
other
hideout.
Jews horribly cruel the war. This is
So
one of
he
the
had
most horrific
one of his very
chapters of
smart
Jewish history,
generals named Archie.
world history.
And to go to the IDF, the IDF the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. They alongside the river on the other side. What was all the more Mongols. Well, the Mongols won the battle. Nothing. They won every battle. They lost the war. They retreated. Anju was the son of the Hindu, and he spent his time studying the Yangtze River around it and the cities. The crucial part on the land, like this little line of boat to protect them from the water, and so their city wall weak on that side. That's where they set off to Thane, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle is now dead, and his cousins were ruled there, or his nephews, cousins, nephews. So, over engineers to build special catapults. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for boat because they were using bombs. And they developed it. And they attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. Destroying city after city. And then the army would move in after the Navy had broken down.
So this is an ingenuation for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats,
Yes.
and they've accepted it.
Now it's no longer, it is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they go hit them hard on the walls on the weak side
Yes.
when there's no protection.
Yes. Then they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, 70s. That's a long time. Had a child there, but at this point, we have a ninja path now. What? Things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandmother's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more, or their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was a lot of defectors coming. A lot of prized people with engineers, and these people were brought to the where contest of who could sing or paint. I don't know what these scholars do. Very good reason for invading Japan. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South Tong. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. Great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could leave to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. And then maybe they'll just surrender down there. They see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. Got a bunch of ships that are mainly great on river. The Japanese cities were more there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come. So he failed in that division.
We should say that this is the samurai, right?
Yes.
But there was never a real
Tourniquet. But I don't want to give either. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated with the first invasion. And incorrect. It's the first time anybody ever tried to have the nation.
So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, he gave him the ocean around southern China. There. Aju was actually the head command was a man named Bayan. But Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju grab a couple of their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge, missing an eye, called her ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came group of soldiers. They looked around, invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, "No, I didn't win this war in the palace. You have to come with the emperor and front of the soldiers to surrender." But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. In a very systematic way, they take that on the killing of people, nothing like that. So capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick into their longer time to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new. We don't kill off the whole people anymore who are give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the Navy that had cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half brother. Was they switched sides to the mall because of the religious freedom thing, and because they were merchants. And league lost without a country out or 7-year-old half brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new one. Well, it's not so new anymore, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong. They took it over, and of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing up and build a palace?
So these are like the remains.
Yes, the general
Competence issue.
yes. With a great wall of sea, they chained together the moats across the regions, and they put the palace moats, so-called. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all like the Mongols. So Mongols arrived in they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land for the fresh supply of wood. Water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to. And then the Mongols, but the Prime Minister, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the to do that. Somehow, in the whole ruckus, the cage, so the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the great. They were artistically great. They were taking world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, white, ugly lady. Empress she.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, and the politician class have lost their skill and confidence.
All that is true. And the Chinese summarize that with losing the men to heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But you know, there's probably the Chinese that they tell the story. Some kind of like maintain.
And so she did not betray the country. She protected Dragon Brook. She was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child who killed me.
So what was the last?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the fracturing. So the Mongol sons of
Genghis Khan. Yeah. Only the Ilkhanate. And then he first expedition to sail directly to. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was just port to port. You know, different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet. A queen, a princess, a queen, a Khanate to marry the Khan of Persia, Armenia, and Iraq and part of Syria. Organized. It so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, they only had about one. They've been in total control of China for one generation. And then also just before that, there had been a bad time because tried to invade Japan a second time. On the second time. And the second time, they were not armed. They had hose and implements for firing. And I said, principles of left wing, right wing. They call it GOL. The center he had the Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And then Gibbs was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. Invasion of Japan. To go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began he cured it on. He was first. He knew reassemble the empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service?
Switching to Mongolian language slowly. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while.
About Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan.
I like Marco Polo. A lot. I find him in the areas where he's not reliable. You could kind of take those. He wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So I found if I could find Chinese sources or because he talked about he didn't publish his whole play as a book to show people what he realized. It's the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capital, but it's most basic. And that is Bayang, the great general. He talked with Kublai Khan, and he said, "Look, these people are dangerous for the West." And he said, "Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing." For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the West are confronting each other again on more equal.
A lot of room and a lot of energy for division of ideas.
You know, my work is often classified as Chinese history. It's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt more China because it's about not. I'm an outsider, a scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have reached for the culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible, but there's an attitude that is different. It tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. It's not in the Mongol Empire. I respect very much. I mean, I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of arts. Is it possible to read about the members of your own family? No. And I do hope that you understanding one another, or just making effort to understand. Even if we understand wrong, we're incorrect. Just make the effort to understand will help us a lot. To help
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
despite the fact point that they just became a trick left as a framework for empire. That's something Russia and many other things are in Russia. Mao is a person, is an animal, and Jin is a person. It's not just a famous ones. I think what is on well, I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars But early German scholars in the 19th century. So I depend on that work. So you had the dudes of the old emperor. Didn't work it out. And the empire, everything in history, everything comes with something underneath it. That's sometimes we're anyway. But this great system that united, it's called the Yam or that it united everything. People moved back and forth quickly. That it could also take the plague out of some China into all parts of the world, destroying the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols of years, and then they return to Mongolia, the 1700s,
turn right back on the riding beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole form set up, same with Napoleon. And there's a whole, you know, like there's several
Russia and China, Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in warfare. Oh, I think there's a very good lesson. Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two old cities, and then the last one is Americans. They said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, Baghdad. Lasted a couple hours. We went in, conquered the country. We lost. We dropped more bombs. On Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Of America. One good Americans did have unconditional surrender. One. He died from Agent Paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop this from coming. That was American strategy. Yeah, hell, this is exactly where he belongs. For what he did to Vietnam, trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that more humane with it and eat better today than in the past. It's just we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire, American war.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that it's in some deep settlement of the narrative. You put
Yes, pacifist again, but and war is acceptable in some situations, but it's the better. My effort is not to with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, brutality and all like that, but what goes on today in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. There's our image, he's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongol image. And when they built an official statue of him in this century for 800 anniversary of his founding of Mongolia as the model. He was the late great river of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue. Right.
Khan's life.
Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a place he had attacked outside was the Tangu. And they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangu nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing a wild, and he crossed wild, we say the wild ass, or without Hanikura, he fell and he injured his leg very badly. The feet of the Tangu at the time, and Genghis Khan told his family no, accept nothing, and then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So the idea they would there. How is he success is difficult. He didn't have the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So there was allied with Anda Jomak, and he was named Visitor Zunch. And then the next was Chagatai. And the next one was Ukade. Explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession. Them about the succession. And so he said, Mongols always call people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always the way. When until now. So he called first to you say Zuch. Genghis Khan's favorite Zuch. You know, the youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Wakame was a heavy drinker. Sagade was rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch, a more reasonable person. Called him Zuch, my son speak. Sagade, the second one, who believes in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up. This is when he accused his Mongol country. How can you call this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. He's ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his was his words. I think he said them on that day. That's what I did.
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, and his son in this way is really powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, your arm cannot be loaded on a horse. My dear words cannot be. So he said to me, well, what do you want to do? And he said, my favorite Sagade, because of his attitude and the situation. And the law is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and bon vivant. He was at the party, drinking every time. One time, Chingy Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chingy Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. Well, a good he came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. And but fortunately, there was sort of a plan set up. Very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives. she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled the empire.
And at that time, we'll keep the empire.
Her time, the women, like such as Dorothy, was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But we've heard of to become the successor. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they were in support. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her. She was a bit greedy, and she did revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had northern China. The Golden Horde had Russia.
given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on. It makes Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh yes. So one of the criticisms
Connected.
yes.
No.
One person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
But no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before.
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. Actually, I would like for it to be true. In a certain way, I would. I think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice else, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more money, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. That's not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. They caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Bodin Chardapul, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe Mongol nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, right. So
Yes.
So the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
Well, I believe that they found some I think that's quite possible. But we've already had come through. We've had all the Turks.
Yeah.
The Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. King of Mongolia. Let my body go. Let my nation live. Very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. Not everyone died when he was on campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think we're not going to have a tour group coming.
you're saying like the people of Mongolia, they have a size.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes, dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked grave. The history.
Yes. I'll even his thing about let my nation live, let my land. And I say to people, well, what they ask me, well, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. Like when his grandfather said he didn't. Different. They looked at so there was nothing but I say if you see the face of Genghis Khan walk in building the first challenge.
You know, from his time, does that make you sad?
No, not at all. No, because he's everywhere. You know, when you have these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan in the world, and I think I find firstly inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan that you could still read. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. You know, these ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bed, like his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done, but when it is, if just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You already said freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think those are these women, not kidnapping women, and they have religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. As a former raised out of out of pure greed, self. People, as I recall, just for those, and highlighting the health of the people, the education, and the spirit of the people. The spirit is very important. That's a profound feel for the world. His global understanding. Here was a man who had no education in any formal sense. And he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody, this later was translated, everybody should have their own idea. He tried to impose the use of paper currency first. Ilkhanate, a Chinese international spirit out there that we need today. We talk about globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible. And think in global terms, we can think about.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. Do it, don't be afraid. That you look of a self-made man.
Everything against him that you could think of. Your family deserting you, your father dying at an early age. There were many crucial points in which it was either his mother or his wife. Exercising too much power. I guided him a lot. He cannot come behind the scenes because they're always out. The Mongol court, they always sat up front. They're always out front. This horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what. They said the women even drink. They drink. They do what with it. So sometimes it was the case of his daughters, such as like who ruled over a part of northern China called the Mongol people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled in their own name. Son-in-law is only 4 years old. Once the time comes, and the mother of course, you put everybody. Realize this is the mother of Genghis Khan. The child in one hand and he's pulling. They were back behind the gear. Genghis Khan was awarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen, not there to kill him. She said, I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not going to. The rest is gone. Hung out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh, oh no, he was very clear in his wedding speeches. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me. I mean, she is ruling this area of the whole group of people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's the supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That is
history as we have gotten that.
and Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes, oh, that was sons of the last one, you know. The only one, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire. They kind of erased it. It's like, no, northern China, those were what it always was Mongol.
In studying history, what have you learned? And just the trajectory of humanity.
And then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at healing within his empire. So I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history. Possible protect their country. Even now, only 1%. It doesn't matter. You still live a farm, you still live in the city. So, if he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would just say, oh, they worship him in a literal sense, not worship God asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs got this pain in my head, asking for things all over the place. Seeing as how no one ever asked for anything.
Wanted to visit Mongolia. What would you recommend?
Let's start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakorum, in the old capital from Ogudehan, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And stuff off to see what we call Prishwalsk Lake, a big beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more millions and millions of praise. They're also Tundra the history of him. They worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home area. To his family and on the coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick used from a horse. But for the Mongols, horse thing guides you and gives you opportunity to go with Tamuka and the other soldiers to the market to rescue. Almost every day. Who are they talking about? I never heard of that. You know, it's kind of like that. Almost every day I meet just one person who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, and or they do something nice for you. I do find in Asia that happens a lot. Just do nice things for people every day. Until I find, despite my own
Towards something better with every generation.
control her movements, there was a poor country, the sidewalks are broken, every do it. We could go to the opera, you have to go this Soviet stairs, get to the opera, we would go. And I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys would come there always. They were very and you just learned something about people living there in a country where out of the countryside, you come to a gig that's a huge paycheck. It's like insulting, like, what? You're not good hospital. People have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's It's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the attitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life.
Yeah.
It's the family that will flash flood, and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build that. Individuals do give me hope, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
With her.
Well, I could say, she's holding, we're holding hands. She's talk about jazz or the truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. Barely got college. First off, big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed it. It was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was on probation. Being kicked out of the school. My greatest to my wife after I met her. I briefly had known her. And yeah, I went, and she inspired me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own. Just tell the story to me. when I read the books to her, even she got our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that. I have no idea what you call it. I mean, it might be 2 hours. It might be 7 or 8 hours. When we would talk a lot. And so one time she said to me, she sat in a wheelchair next to me, and sometimes we would play a little. It kept me going, you know. How on earth I ever? But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. For 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out, you know. But I was very lucky. Very lucky.
If reading a history book about Yukon correct?
No.
And then she's exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. Right? You know, in her final, I could not ask her questions. And I could not say, oh, you remember that. No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. But when she was being rescued, we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. The most beautiful night we went to the, you know, all the details. I've gone through it many times. The snow and the yellow lights.
Such a fascinating journey through one of the most impactful humans in history.
You very much. The amount of realizing
Sitting there on the step, that would be in the description, and consider subscribing to this channel of the ever-evolving world landscape. It covered the top Atlantic, long arc of we humans, after all, for the book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 authentic slave narratives. It all seems deeply history. Making him a fascinating case study of contradiction. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Kant's ideas about the to understand the consequences of our moral failings can reverberate contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise. The arc of moral universe. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza and Israel, or no quite the right words to express what I'm feeling. But let me try. I think what is happening which I for me as an American makes me sick to know that my government has any role in the tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or accept. Brilliant. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death. But I do know what has been happening in Gaza the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world. I love you all. What special titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. Brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor. This is the Lex Friedman podcast, supported. Check out our sponsors in the description and Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born 62, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin. Father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across. Only women drove carts. Men rode horses. Women also, which were called gears and tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that woman was moving. Up on the hill was hunting. The Mongols were very close. The woman looked around, and he decided to, because he was a cop, the men after him, they would choice when they was being chased by the Mongols. He decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, very dramatic moment. Reeds were hanging down, were back and forth from his chest back. He was divided, obviously, with the ridge, and she could no longer see him. She began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her, screaming, "You will never see this man again." And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again. And again, not the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture.
Was really interesting was how did this happen? Who was this son? As wrote in his poem, the child is father. And he already had another son with her. It was a very odd situation, and in fact, he wasn't even there when Jabuti was born. He was off fighting the Tatars and doing the pain against the Tatars. He killed 2 Tatars. One of them was which is sort of person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkish. And he's named for his childhood. Her mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow forgot him. He was left behind. It turned out some other people, Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father. Family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want. Think about Temujin having been lost once and found by the way, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, and so like the first family he came across, and years old, a little older. He wanted to stay there at home. The father decided he saw a drinking party and he decided to join them. Back and they make it through the winter. Mother Earl by our sons and one daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new. A winter camp. Ceremony. They did not horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of contains the soul of the person. So it's called. And so she raced to try to stop them. And they killed him. And Tamuchi cried. So die on this day. Winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it in the winter?
He found food. He could get fish. He could do a few tasks to help
And
struggle. Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped. and his head is in it, and he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. They escape. But he knew one family that he thought he had at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were under great risk to themselves. They managed to saw off the gang, burn it in their fire, food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
There is the neck is strapped, and
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't have the hands on. We know that his body is one from.
in part was the foundation with Mongol tradition. Kinship is the most important thing.
His father's old. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under the Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. That you cannot trust. Very early, you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that tribal violence. What happening is there?
The state feuds for women and for horses, and that one group Mongols produced them to make their tents. What they were not craftsmen. So they had issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the source of most of the beauty on the steppe is over what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him in life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This ways the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was created. It's that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe first of all his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she was 9. She's now what it was like for this in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food. Children but then it only lasts a few months. Frederick Watson is sleeping. Knows the horsemen are coming. She puts all of her children on the horse because she knows. She doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. But they're coming. They're coming in the dark. They're coming. They're coming for that. So she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawamchin, who actually has her own car. And she leaves first. They pile into Granny's car. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too. Can he do? Is he going to just look for another wife? And he decides that he has found something good in this life. And if he has to die, a man who ruled the carry-out people and sent from the Tol River about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today, the marriage. So he took the coat and he took it and he gave it as a gift to Mang Han.
tell the story of Jalka. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people is a person who's not of his kin, but Jalka.
Jalika was a boy sent from the same woman about 4 generations unclear. She was a High woman who herself was kidnapped. As long as we say from the same womb, they come from the same story. Whole house alone of siblings. He had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of heads. So they're playing on the ice, and then very early that they learn to protect each other. The future. You can roll them around and rage on the ice. I will say, in wintertime in Mongo, you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on. So once, then a couple years later, they swear it again, but this time the text is very specific that Jamalka took person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal, Jamalka should They set off people up the Seleng River, which flows into Siberia. Had to go through some extremely rough territory. And see this episode though, Jamaica is already there on high. So he's dressed by. He's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. There's a small market bed, and they race back. So she and so Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing.
And that was his first
Military. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half. Was the older child. Society. They have a special power all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as chi. It's like a formality. And in his word go, father in the absence of the father. His wife. So it would have been common, perhaps Mary, for the early. Like either in Greece,
to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw.
because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting. She's stressed about it. Where Sochigal, the mother, she may have been distressed, I don't show up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother. But I don't think the brother was one. Problem was solved. Mother is is extremely ticked off at him, but
bad situation.
yes, capable. Anything that and with double cut when they go to a chemical burst attack.
Across many years, when you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty, because those two-way loyalty.
A strong story. I mean, she was, I would say, the most important person to his day, his own sons. You were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning. Not there. And he and John knew their vows of being undone. He took off a gold belt and he put it on. And celebrated. And then the words on a secret history, which means visitor. One that woman who was pregnant, and they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner.
And he accepted that job.
He is searching of, he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way, the most important other character in his life, that run away through the have the Banhan, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongol, the Kyrgyz people. You know, we are carrying people to the east of this time that Jamaica is.
I mean, there's an obvious tension.
Have it later on when the relationship is being resolved. And unfortunately, Genghis Khan. They give him that Black Heart Mountain thought up, or somebody thought up, or we're called the Naiman people, who are farther west, on all these horrible things about you know, and some of his clan people, he's off with them. You know, when he wants to become the great Khan of step. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Khan, which is a very old title. Be my underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel. Let me die for you and your people. But it was said several ways that you're losing your soul with felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with the total loyalty and trust with everything. When Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be the nation, I would say in both negative and positive, although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. Kill everybody, you know, and he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt imagine. But Jamaica also, he explained himself that you had a strong mother to raise you. He said you had Bershta. He just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of have a relationship. So I think something about some elements of that
was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power.
I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story. You know, the gold belt doesn't just disappear. I did before with mom. Just
corrupted by the riches or change. He person who does not value the material things.
he changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was like, for him, meant that no one was allowed to write about him.
Understand how corrupting that is, like the Romans, or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it,
How he got it. Or his 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then there's not allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was the he. And, in order he ordered his children to learn to read and write. And some did, not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one at the Merkin when he rescued Berta, was that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. He would raise the child. And so, military, anything. But Shigehuto was his name. Shigehuto realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great history. And we also know it's the year it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. Wrote down. It begins with I asked him about this. I said, what? He was ancestor to a Hanhai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to. By the time you get that person, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see there, he will record instances where first tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't think of, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was a mission against putting out information about the family. So it was so the scholars began to think this. And then to read it, pronounce it, it makes sense of Mongolian. And so it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They used that was very helpful to me. Some of the Persians I trust very much, and I like their work very much. So it was helpful that it and all of it. Some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources. They were written. Some of it was translated. So it seemed to be to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And I think others I've come around that you're not sure why, but and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but
There's 2 volumes. The century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes, because the Chinese have trouble understanding a lot of things, and they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that. They try to skip around, but so it's interesting to it. But this Mongolian Nutstokjo, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything history lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with so I went to that place and I didn't know what happened, what season. And so I'm just talking to the people, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the way. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. Absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. It was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in
different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What are things about just the experience of standing there?
I really said almost to visit the cities he had conquered across Asia and all. There was so little word. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it, didn't feel anything. But in Malia, I would go to these places, and I'd know if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here, and to see, I know which direction they came from. His life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. That I have the text. But the text is like was starting in the 1990s, and the people, there were writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to read how the people begin the written language. Anything is heaven. King the Destiny, Blue Wolf, who was married to the tawny deer and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Profanaldu.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains and the great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred fairly different. People, language, everything. But you can't say it for Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people. About today, 3.3 billion. There's they live
Genghis Khan, what's it like looking at this place since this time?
The first thing I think about this steppe is that, so you have this extremely open space. There's smell of grass. Very important. Now, mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been in several areas. There's no place like the same. That's how Mongolians define their work as dalang, to learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be back. You take the animals very strict and very clear. They're from the time to deal with. Well, also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because they live with nature in a way that see anywhere else in the world. And even today with your life, the young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but
Another component is the horses. We talk about their relation when their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups. They were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to us later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the
all the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, among on the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of a muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know the owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, what they call the soup, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in metal, they used it for a very practical purpose. The horses would return to their source. Because they knew the smell of their flag. All the words, just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay. Yeah, that's nice. But you said this color was brown. Who the coloring is, and the variation in the texture, and all of the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown, or you know. But the words for horses by, of course, by sex, and they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they reproduced in the case of the females. All these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised in the dust of many fast horses. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit. The dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip, but they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of fermented horse's milk. That thing, well, you know, some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day we was a very nice family. It happened to be a day. was starting to hit. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. You know, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, these sometimes the nights can be quite cold, especially on the all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found her moving and he lived. Also, the horse, his mother's not good. It's probably hard for her to see her voice from what she knows.
Just he tells a story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in water. And, you know, all the other wrestlers that would take the shower and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing, it was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. It built a hardness to that. And I said,
To take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often at that time, and still today, some people, if they go and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. and the valley rest again, they do not get into all over themselves. It's refreshing.
the value it had for the horses, the mountain archery, it shooting accurately, riding fast. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the horse are off the ground. And so you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance, holding the composite bow, the recurve bow. So they've all ever used crossbows later. And there's a particular kind of with the composite bow that works for because the thing is bouncing up and down, like not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal. It was incredible. The synchronization at the time, years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. Years old, used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying along the horse. Then they shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes and other things. In some areas there were even tigers. To this day, that's what they say, or human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So Attila the Hun, who of course was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their that has millions just in the army. How he organized it, on how he
have a small army in America. So there's an extreme efficient coordination. Authority, but the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. Deployment of troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the
kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. As humans, he organized us each other, And they had to come back with every member. Battle. They also would retrieve the enemy's Russian arrows. But it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier it's a very odd thing when you think the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any packaging in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carry dairy products. Bottle, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep a couple of years even. But you dry it and then in a flask of water, dry it all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food, loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down, east and west. Mongols, their word for left is when it moves through. And they never marched the way up, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. I think was the secret with him. And he used the best people, get together and look it over. And you explained to me what you did. And then Mr. fit together. All these fit together. But I think a part of these like sedentary civilizations that get stuck in their ways. And I really think they were raised on divorce at first. So he went into China in the upper reaches of the hill. So he went there. And of course the city who's never encountered people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything. And well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough. And for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad, they were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all are, I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability.
Rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with a promotion should be based on merit. That idea, the innovative approach to it just feeds on itself because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving their life, and they inspire everybody else. So it's just if the excellence of that action, and over time, repeated iteration and war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations. One day, and then for the next 4 to 5, and then another horse would be right the next day. One way to measure it is later the time of the death of the hunt.
It's used continuously.
Not fight the way we all think. That was the Mongols battle. He could lose, and he won every battle. He won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against interchase them. get to a certain point, and from behind the over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
There's been many great military don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies.
That the Mongols with their steel chisel eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. She preached it. You know, the mental sort, the weak warfare was a part of it.
But as I understand, there was for the towns and the territories being back for them to peacefully without the loss of life. Alternative would be the complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known. Explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would. They could continue in their professions. Those kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. You know, so you're going to leave the local people in charge. The next by violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, the army
domestic slaughter happens.
As it turned out, I would say it was more Middle East, what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan. Of the slaughter. Take over in a fortunate way. But he had a not very much. And the grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. The valley of Babayan, where the great Buddha. This is in Persian wage. And so he called the father, came, and sudden cry, there's no more. And the father no one was allowed to mow. No one was allowed to. And then it's kind of wore itself out. He recognized that it allowed his emotions to overcome.
Peace is offered, and then betrayal.
People's homes, and a lot of cities revolted.
Approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective with the modern day, that would be
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And it's in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors anything to permit our country to do. We should the country by killing women and children. That's America that fought in that war. In fact, he fought it all. He fought in Vietnam. He fought that war. And he was a good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with him. But I'm saying, I condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it ourselves.
The same stuff.
Always to, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up
Rising wars of the 20th century. Not necessary. We're not defensive. They're just for this human drive. And Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan.
It certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For happened, like a bit of a stretch. You know, the unified many countries. Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms put together. Everything that you see in China today, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it doesn't. Where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed. All of China. action, if nothing else, or does make the case for being tolerant. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for some 20 years. We had made the Taliban like the Americans are just the new. Perhaps we will be more.
And then there's a lot of conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topics a little bit longer. A lot of the positive but not giving enough airtime. Steel man.
No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life. China nice part. Okay, that's 20 years. If you
there is in Americans and so on. Is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude.
recognize the speak about everything about them. That's the two roles for tribal people. Well, I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered. Yes, there were created this item that I think very few people in history had. To talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce.
Legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to quantify vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined. And was very
Tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions. Not by, as we mentioned before, the Naiman